lot. But as he grows into his innings and he starts to feel a bit more comfortable, we might see that happen. At least the West Indies will be hoping to see that happen and just keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
Ali moves in, passes the umpire and bowls to Chanderpaul, who's defending again. Bat and pad close together. Textbook forward defensive. That's the type you would learn in primary school, actually. And he's one of those, not a genuine left-hander that you would say a stylish left-hander, but he does the job. He holds the end, he holds your team together, and that's what it's important.
Yeah, he's more of a throwback player in the sense of the old-fashioned openers who would come in and really take the shine off the new ball and set it up really for the mid-order batsman to come and really flail the leather. But he will look to get some runs here.
Can Mohammad Ali punch his way for Pakistan here? No run again for Tejnarain Chanderpaul. He's faced 49 deliveries for his 9 runs. In stark comparison, in contrast actually, Kevin Hodge has faced 28 deliveries for 10. So he's outscored Chanderpaul and spent almost half the time at the crease. So it shows the different in temperament of the both batters. And it's, I would like to say it's a decent combination, but they still need to get runs on the board if they want to win the game, that is. But still very much early days here. Still session number 2 on day 1. Here is Mohammad Ali. Moves away from us on the northern end of the ground, the media center end. Passes the umpire and bowled. This is a sharp delivery that was swinging and seaming into the left-handed Tejnarain Chanderpaul, who fends it off and gets a single. And that's all they're going to be. Ali is holding his head in dismay. How did that miss the stumps, he says. 33 for 1.
Yeah, looking at Chanderpaul playing at these deliveries from Ali throughout the sofa, and you're seeing a lot of late hand movements. He is committing to a line and then realizing it's not quite there. So you're seeing that late adjustment a lot for Chanderpaul. Not so much with Hodge, who is getting in line properly when he's facing Ali. So it's not quite up to terms with what's going on here at Chanderpaul. But he is improving as the game goes on.
This is going to be a good contest. Ali versus Hodge. Here comes Ali into bowl to Hodge. He's getting a little nip off that surface there, and one would expect that little sprinkle would have been on the top of the surface. A bit of topical moisture over the rain delay. Of course, that will be in existence with a gentle breeze blowing across the ground. And that may very well dissipate in about 15 or 20 minutes' time. But this is a very crucial period of play that when you come back from a rain break, you can either get lots of wickets, or you can get lots of runs.
Well, Hodge has to draw on a lot of his experience. He does have a first-class 100 here. He's got 137 at this venue, and he has to dig deep into his knowledge of this venue to get some runs.
Ali into bowl to Hodge, who's allowing this one to go through to Rizwan. Ends the over with a dot delivery. 33 for 1 at the end.
So 33 for 1. Fair returns for the West Indies, both batsmen on 10. The only wicket to go down, as Sachin would have mentioned, Brandon King bowled by Abbas for 12. The score was 13 for 1 at that point. That was back in the 9th over. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It's just 9 overs ago.
An eternity.
Yeah, it seems like such a long time. But the rain break, almost 2 hours, as you mentioned. And the pitch, it appears that there is a little bit in it after the rain break. Once the sun comes out, that's going to disappear. So Pakistan have to make hay while the sun is not hot to improve on the phrase.
Ali Usman struggled in his first 2 overs for 8 runs. And Rizwan immediately making the change on the southern end of the ground. It will be Mohammad Abbas to retain the attack, one of the opening bowlers. Here comes Abbas, a bit quicker in his approach and a bit quicker in the delivery as well. Chanderpaul is defending. Well, does Tejnarain Chanderpaul things, which is to just defend.
Well, you look at how he defends, and so many similarities in terms of what we saw from his father. In fact, his father's technique was a bit crabbier than you would see from his son. But built along. But the thing is that once the ball arrives, they do get into the correct position. It might look a bit ungainly at the start of it. Shivnarine was even more unorthodox.
Yeah,
but when the ball arrives, he's in the correct position.
It's a lovely delivery, seaming away from the left-hander, straight through to the wicket-keeper. Abbas is again questioning how did that miss the outside edge of the bat. The first, second, and third slip, as well as the gully, waiting for that edge to happen. and passing extremely close to the outside edge of the bat of Tejnarain Chandapol. You drew reference to his dad, Shivnarain Chandapol. Yes, he was a slow starter, but he always got the runs going when he got himself set. And I think that's the difference between these two. And Tejnarain needs to get a move on once he gets himself back in the groove here. He's faced a lot of deliveries. Here comes Abbas, and it's driving beautifully. Well, say about the commentator's curse, they say. Driving wonderful shot straight down to the boundary, coming very close to the edge of the ropes, and the fielder diving and pulling it back, and they will get through for 3 runs. So that's a lovely looking shot from Tejnarain.
What were you saying about his...
What was I saying?
What were you saying?
I retract my statement, Your Honor.
Yes.
I retract that statement, please.
Yeah, lovely shot by Chandapol. Pitched up by Abbas and played through the line of it beautifully. Didn't pick up the boundary. I think that the outfield is a little bit slower than I've seen it in recent times. Maybe a result of the rainfall that we've had over the past few days here.
Abbas moves in, passes the umpire and bowls to Hodge, who's cutting beautifully down to the boundary for 4. That's Vim Hodge, we know. What a lovely shot through the backward point region, getting on top of the marginal bounce of that. And boy, that flew to the boundary in a jiffy. 40 for 1.
Yeah, a bit wider this time from Abbas. It was coming back into Hodge, but he was on top of it beautifully and got it in that gap between the third slip and between the gully and the backward point, and that was 4 handsome runs. And I'm not sure the bowler agrees, but it was handsome runs for the West Indies fans.
This is the type of pace Kavim Hodge thrives on. It's not express fast bowling. It's not very slow as well. It's just in between. It's medium. Here comes Abbas. Passes the umpire and bowls to Hodge. He's getting a beautiful delivery. That's the response you want to see from your opening fast bowler. And, of course, the good old stare down the eyes. The demon stare, they call that. Hey, this is my cricket now, says Abbas. And that was a beauty of a delivery video.
Well, the previous one was coming back into him. That one went away from Hodge, showing all his wares here, Mohammad Abbas. You want to hit that? We'll try and hit that one. And Hodge was pulling the bat away at the end. A lovely delivery. And, yeah, there was no edge, but it was very close.
This is going to be a fantastic contest. Will Kavim Hodge reign supreme? Will Abbas stand tall? Here comes Abbas into bowl to Hodge. A ball nipping away from the right-hander again. Through to the wicket-keeper. Brings an end to an eventful over. A one in which the West Indies got a boundary. 40 for 1 at the end of 19.
Yeah, 2 very good deliveries from Abbas, showing his skills here. He really is a master of movement and a bowler whose artistry has been found not really in aggression but precision. And the one time that he was imprecise in terms of his bowling, he was put away beautifully by the batsman. But all the rest of the deliveries, you had to play, you have to watch him very carefully. He's really has mastered his craft.
Will be Ali to continue from the northern end of the ground, bowling to 2 slips, almost a second gully. Here comes Ali. Jogs and speeds in the end, passes the umpire and bowls to Chandapol, who's squaring up a lot today, guys. He really is squaring up a lot. He's struggling with the seaming movement of the Duke ball, and it's a dot delivery again, 40 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier in the commentary that Mohammad Ali has returned after a long way out from Pakistan cricket. He played a couple of matches, was out of the team for 18 months, came back in, played 1 match, and now has returned to the side. And he would want to make his mark here. In fact, all 3 players involved, Ali and the 2 batsmen, are coming back into the team today.
Muhammad Ali comes in, passes the umpire and bowls to Chandapol. Wider delivery, a bit of extra pace onto that one as well. Goes through to the wicket-keeper, still 40 for the loss of 1 wicket.
When you're left out of a team, it does affect your psychology. And when you come back into the team, you're doubly determined to succeed. But you have to manage your expectations when you come back into the team. All 3 of the 2 batsmen and the bowler are in that situation. So it's going to be an interesting battle between these. Ali, who's trying to re-establish himself in the Pakistan team. Chandapol, who has been out of the West Indies team, back in today. And Hodge also, who has lost his place in the team, regains it today. Interesting battle in terms of the psychology. Who's going to blink first?
It's a good matchup between Muhammad Ali and Also Kavim Hodge. It's an exciting one. Here comes Ali into bowl to Chanderpaul, who is on the back foot and punching. This is going to get close to the boundary. They get for one. They're going to come back for two. It's slowing up. It will not get there. The ball actually just stopped mere inches away from the boundary rope. The umpires will have a final check on it, but they managed to get 3 runs nonetheless. Chanderpaul is getting into stride here.
Well, I think he needed you to give him
a bit of motivation.
I think you motivated him. Yeah, give him a little kick in the backside. But that was a nice shot. Didn't get everything into it, but the ball is just taking a look at it. It's going closer to the boundary, and did that touch the rope? Well, the camera angle doesn't really tell you, but that would be what you would call a 1-foot putt in golf. A short putt.
Well,
a gimme.
I don't know those golfing jargon and those golfing terms.
Ask Tony when you come off. Tony will tell you all about it.
I know you're a man of many different sports, but this is a they're going to take some time with this one, Vidya. They're going to take some time to see if this ball actually went into the boundary. It may be to the benefit of the doubt to the fielder, but I think it stopped probably about 2 centimeters.
Yeah.
2 centimeters before the rope.
Yeah, not even Colin could miss that putt. Oh, I'm going to pay for that, you know that.
Wherever you're joining us from across TNT on 91.1 FM, Talk City, or on the West Indies, Windies Cricket YouTube channel from across the globe, we welcome you. If it's nighttime in your parts, good evening to you. And if it's the morning time, good morning to you. Yeah, they pulled out the microscope, the microscopic view of it, and I think it really did stop possibly an inch or two outside, so it might just stay as 3. It is going to stay as 3. Could have just asked me. I would have given you the answer to that.
A cheaper alternative to having the review system.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll take quarter of the price. Here comes Ali into bowl to the right-handed Kavim Hodge, who's getting a lovely delivery and just guiding it on the outside half of the bat. Safe shot. The gully fielder dives across to his right and stops it. And again, as we mentioned, this is going to be a wonderful matchup. Kavim Hodge and the pace attack. Not just Ali, but of course Abbas as well. This is going to be quite an interesting matchup. Kavim Hodge thrives on this type of bowling. But also the Pakistani bowlers, they've been very nippy in terms of their deliveries, seaming in and away from the batters. Here comes Ali again. Moves in, passes the umpire, gentle medium pacer, and that's a good delivery. Kavim Hodge defends and is looking for a single. Tejnarain Chanderpaul says, not a chance. You withstand all of this pressure. Still 43 for 1.
It's a good situation for Ali to bowl in because he is trying to re-establish himself in the Pakistan team. You're seeing him trying to get the ball shaping away from Hodge. He's bowling against two batsmen who are intent on trying to dig in, get a big innings, re-establish themselves into the team here. So it's a good situation for him. 2 batsmen that are not coming at him hard, but really in a more conservative mode at the moment.
Here is Ali. Moves in, passes the umpire, and grunts and delivers a powerful delivery. But Hodges is forward and gently playing a wonderful forward defensive shot. Bat and pad close together. No run added to the total. 20 overs completed. The West Indies, 43 for 1.
Well, a bit more activity in terms of the scoring in the past couple of overs. We've had a couple boundaries and 3 threes so far. West Indies inching up towards that 50. And, of course, first test match being played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And it's only the 2nd test venue in Trinidad and Tobago. The last one, Sachin, I'm sure you know this, was established back in 1930, the Queen's Park Oval, which will host the 2nd test and 13th venue in the Caribbean to be a test venue. And what a place to have it, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, named after the great man himself.
Indeed. Here comes Abbas into bowl to Chanderpaul, is getting off strike, single immediately taken. This is much better cricket. This is excellent from this pair. They're not only strike rotating, but they're trying their best to pounce on any loose delivery from the bowlers. And they seem to be getting into groove here now, 43 for 1.
Yeah, Chanderpaul is looking a lot more comfortable. He is starting to maneuver the ball into the gaps. He's picking up the loose balls. He's not allowing them to go through. He's trying to profit from them. And West Indies batsmen growing in confidence. Great signs here for the West Indies. Pakistan will try to strike back here.
Abbas into both Hodge. Shoulders arms goes through to the wicketkeeper. Still 44 for 1. Muhammad Ali actually took a 5-wicket haul in the warm-up encounter against the Cricket West Indies Select 11. So certainly confidence growing in Caribbean conditions, in TNT conditions. And surely if he continues to hold his line, maybe he may be able to break through the defenses of either Kavim Hodge or Tej Narain Chandapal. Will they provide an opportunity for him as well? Here is pacer from the southern end. Abbas comes in and bowls to Hodge, who's driving beautifully. Straight drive down the ground. Will get 2. Will they get 3? The ball stops just before the rope. Will it get there? Yes, it gets there in the end. That's a lovely shot. A gentle push and a check drive, really, and just comes off the middle of the bat. That's a lovely looking, confident shot from Kavim Hodge. He moves up now to 18. The score 48 for 1.
Yeah, just the length was wrong there for Mohammad Abbas. Pitched it up, and Hodge, not a lot of front foot movement, but played through the line of it beautifully. Abbas couldn't get across to it and drives that away for 4. That is a wonderful shot, and he's looking a lot more confident now, Kavim Hodge, and got a nice round of applause. Muhammad Ali is in an intense conversation right now with the bowling coach for Pakistan.
Abbas into bowl to Hodge. That one had a bit more venom into it. It came off the bat quicker as well, down to the fine leg fielder, who whips it into the wicketkeeper, and will just pick up a single. Usually when those faster bowlers, Vidya, they get hit for a boundary or a 6, you tend to see a quicker one coming in, maybe up to the throat level, but certainly Abbas does not have that type of pace.
And then this may not be the pitch for it either. Not a huge amount of pace in this one. Nice bit of fielding, though, by Mohammed. He was having a long conversation with the Pakistan bowling coach, who is Umar Gul. And we remember Umar Gul was an outstanding bowler for Pakistan. Not express pace, but he was very intelligent and took a lot of wickets. He bowled what they call a heavy ball. Very difficult to get away.
He was always
he had some pace.
A contender for wicket taking, and that's what you want in this test match. Down the leg side, that ball actually had so much swing onto it. It pitched on middle stump. Rizwan dived about full, maybe 2 body lengths to his left on the leg side to receive it. Well, that's signs that we have not seen so far, but that ball swung so much down the leg side. Well, Tej Narain Chandapal will be surely mindful of that in the deliveries to come. 49 for 1.
Yeah, just focusing on that take from Mohammad Rizwan. What a player he is, averaging over 40 in Test cricket. And when you have a guy with the quality of gloves that he has, boy, yeah, he's an amazing player. It's been a great servant to Pakistan cricket.
Here comes Abbas into bowl to Chandapal, who is squaring up again, guiding it down to the point fielder. Will just get a single. Gets a single to actually end the over. 21 overs completed. The 50 comes up for the West Indies. 50 coming up in 21 overs. 1 extra only to that total.
Well, here's a coincidence for you. 126 balls for the 50 in the 126th test venue.
What seems to be the mark for the day tomorrow, Vidya, in the lottery? Will it be 26?
Could be.
Or maybe 10.
And of course, for our viewers and listeners outside, of Trinidad and Tobago, you're referencing that popular game in Trinidad and Tobago.
Of course. Well, surely the children gathered here today, they're having a ball. Here is Muhammad Ali. Sharp delivery again to Tej Narain Chandapal. These two batters, they're really putting up a fight here for the West Indies, and that's what you want to see. You want to see grit and determination, fight for your team, passion, and all those adjectives that you can use to describe wanting to bat and wanting to win a game. That's strictly what it is. You can use all the various technicalities, all the scientific terms. First, you have to have the passion, you have to want to win, and also do well for your team and yourself. Muhammad Ali moves away from us, passes the umpire now, and bowls a very upright delivery. Chandapal is defending. That has a lot of swing as well into it, swinging in the air, seaming into the left-handed Chandapal, and surely signs of continuous swing and seam for the faster bowlers, Vidya.
He's getting that one to work back in. Now, when you're batting at the southern side of this ground, you're always aware that the ball moves across you. There's a huge crosswind in this venue. So, of course, there's going to be a natural movement away from the left-hander. Now, what Ali is doing, he's putting something in Chandapal's mind. By getting that ball to jag back in, he is putting him on notice that I do have that other delivery, which can get you to nick to the slips.
Ali delivers to Chandapal, who is cutting, but straight to the fielder. It was a bit in the air, but was not there for long. Dot ball nonetheless. Good diving stop by the backward point fielder, still 50 for 1. The floodlights are now on, assisting with a bit of a gloomy, darker conditions than we are accustomed to here at this time of day.
Wonder if he was testing out the pitch there a little bit of effort, more effort into it, a bit shorter. Didn't rise anywhere above waist height. So if he's trying to find out if there's something in the pitch, that didn't convince him at all.
Ali moves in, passes the umpire and bowls to Chandapal, who is taking one hand off the bat, and just playing it very carefully into the mid-wicket region. Still no run off this over, 50 for 1.
3 deliveries, pitching outside of the off stump, coming back into Chandapal. The thing is, it's doing so much that if it were to strike Chandapal on the pad, as it did with the first delivery, it's going down the leg side. So he's going to try to adjust his line, maybe half a foot or so outside of that off stump, if he has to get that back in and be dangerous.
Well, the last delivery was actually a no ball. The umpire having a late call, umpire Richard Kettleborough. So there will be an extra delivery in this over. Here comes Ali on the back of the floodlights being on. Chandapal defends. And to the many millions listening on, I know you're accustomed. Every time you hear a no ball, it's going to be a free hit. This is Test match cricket, folks. That part of the game is non-existent in this longer format. The free hit and the big sixes and all the fanfare and everything.
Well, Pakistan have focused more on bowling those length deliveries. Ali had a long conversation, as we mentioned, with Umar Gul, and I think he was trying to get him to readjust his length. So he's getting the ball to move, and whatever Gul told him, it's been good advice, because he has provided a few problems here for Chandapal, and maybe there's a shorter one coming, because the fielder at that backward square leg has been pushed 3/4 way to the boundary now.
Chandapal is always susceptible to the shorter deliveries because of his stance and the way he finishes his approach to the delivery. It's always square. He's very square. That last delivery was a dot ball again, defended by Chandapal. Another no ball. Well, Mohammad Ali is struggling here with his run-up. He's retaken his mark. It's a second no ball in this over so far.
Well, he's striving for more pace, and that's the reason why he's overstepping. That one maybe just marginally over the line, but he's putting a bit more effort. Louder grunts we're hearing on the stump mic, and he's putting in a bit more effort in this particular over. And Chandapal has not been entirely convincing against him.
And Ali correct it. Here he is now, moves into Chandapal. That ball again swinging into the left-hander, bringing all those players into play. Speaking of which, the players in play, short mid-on, there is a fielder that's about 20 to 30 yards off the deep square leg boundary, waiting for that possibility of a short ball, maybe a top edge skying into the sky and taking a catch. And there's also the regulation third man that's on the boundary as well. So the field is well set for a particular type of delivery. Ali is in the current position of setting him up here. Tej Narain Chandapal. Ali pulls a Chandapal, a fuller delivery, and he's driving. They will get a single. Should get a couple here if they run well. They will come back for 2. Quite comfortably in the end. It's been a good over here for the West Indies. Really good deliveries from Ali, though. Moving away from the left-hander, moving away from into the right-hander. Always difficult to face when you have a ball that's seaming and swinging. 22 overs completed. The West Indies are 54 for 1.
Yeah, so the West Indies trotting along here. The pace in which they've been going at the runs has improved over the last half an hour or so, as these two batsmen are starting to play themselves in. Hope is due to come in at 4, Django at 5, and Graves at 6. All 3 of the hundreds in the last 2 test matches. So for Pakistan, there are real challenges coming up here.
At the drinks break, they were 18 for 1 and 13 overs. At the rain interval, they were 23 for 1. Here comes Ali into bowl to Hodge, who is defending straight down to the fielder in the mid-off position and can't get a run. So from the interval resumption at 23 for 1, The West Indies are now 54 for 1. They've done quite well in their runs scored, getting about 3 runs and overs from then on. Lots of children in today video. Of course, children 16 and under enter free for all days. Ladies, you are free on Sunday, tomorrow, so make sure you come on down, bring your cooler. Here comes Ali. Kavim Hodge is very, very sharp in his shoulders, arms, allows it to go by to the wicketkeeper. Dot delivery. Very observant is Kavim Hodge in his approach to the innings so far. It's been quite a good one. 19 from 41. Some boundaries, good strike rotation, everything that you want to see.
Well, if there's, you could summarize it in one word, he's been very, very positive since he's come in. And I like his approach here. He hasn't been overawed by the situation. He hasn't been put in a negative frame of mind that I'm playing for my place on the team. He seems like a man who's playing for his team.
He's naturally a happy guy, Kavim Hodge, and sharp delivery. So this is a really testing time for the West Indies batters. Over the last 3 overs, we've seen the ball swung much more than we've seen so far in the day's play. It's now seeming even more, intentionally or not, from the bowlers. Now, that ball was jagging in so much to Kavim Hodge. It was pitched on the off stump, struck him very high onto the thigh pad. Again, minor adjustments from the wrist position as well from the bowlers.
I think there was an edge on it also. It wouldn't, it hit the edge and onto the body of the batsman.
Here is Abbas into bowl to Kavim Hodge. He's getting a slower delivery, much slower in pace. So varying in pace, varying in lengths and lines, and of course varying in seaming positions. The ones that go moving away from the right-hander. The previous delivery was coming into the right-hander. So always having the batter to think, what next to happen? What can we expect next?
Yeah, he's showing off all his wares here, Mohammad Abbas. But as you mentioned, Kavim Hodge and the type of guy he is, there's a nice story that during that 100 that he scored against England, he had a real battle with Mark Wood. And he told him, he said, listen, guy, I have a wife and I have kids at home.
Save me, save me. Here is Hodge. Oh, my goodness, that was precariously close to the off stump. What a leave that was. Of course, Abbas, folks, just to paint a picture, he went through his follow-on, almost got into the half of Kavim Hodge and had a good old steer at him. He's standing at about 6 feet high here, Abbas, and his broad shoulders, massive pectorals. He's a strong, strapped lad. He looks far different from Colin Murray.
Is that Abbas or Tony Gray you're trying to describe?
Oh, surely not Tony Gray. The length, maybe, not the pectorals. Here is Abbas into bowl to Hodge. Short delivery and pulled away. Beautifully controlled pull shot in front of square. He saw the short delivery very, very early, got into position and got on top of it, rolled his wrist. Very, very textbook from Kavim Hodge. Positivity continues here for Hodge and the West Indies. 23 overs completed, 58 for 1, and we'd have a change in the commentary position as well.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Kavim Hodge. Shorter delivery. He's picked up 3 boundaries, I believe, off Abbas, and that was the best of them. He's had a couple of fluent tries. That one he was able to pull away for 4. And it's, well, Tony Gray has slipped in, and when I get off, it's going to be Colin Murray.
Yeah, thank you very much. The man with the golden voice, Vidya Ramphal. Absolutely brilliant shot by Kavim Hodge. Know that he likes to pull the ball. He's a short, compact player. Now with an excellent shot. Colin Murray.
Tony Gray, here's Mohammad Ali into Chanderpaul. The delivery just coming into him, making a little bit of height, and he was just pushing it out on the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Of course, the field now is changed with the dominance, and I'm using the word dominance, but certainly with the attitude more than anything else of Hodge and Chanderpaul, and they're looking to score off of any loose deliveries. They're trying to rotate the strike. It's very positive since they've come back out after the rain delay and the luncheon interval, and certainly batting very well as Ali round the wicket to the left-handed Chanderpaul. As this time our delivery short, lifting. Chanderpaul gets right up on his toes and pulls it down to a deep fine leg. He had to run around to his right and able to get a single. And that's telling you, Tony, the sort of mental attitude now of the two batsmen, because before lunch they were sort of ducking and swaying, getting out of the way. We didn't see many short deliveries, but when it was short, they certainly just left it alone.
Yeah, I think that both sides have improved when it comes to positivity and aggression, especially the Pakistani fast bowlers. They're really running in the air. You've seen one or two bad deliveries, balls going down the leg side. They're trying some short deliveries, and the response from both batsmen have been absolutely amazing.
Well, here is Ali back over the wicket to the right-handed Hodge, and this time lined just on the pad and lifting again, and he's just working it towards a backward square leg, and they pick up a single. Hodge goes to 24. Chanderpaul is on 21. 60 for one, Tony. We've had 23.3 overs, so they've not set the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on fire, but as we say, the attitude, the positive attitude has improved.
Yeah, the scoring rate has improved significantly, especially from Tejnarain Chanderpaul. You look at Hodge, he can play different roles. He batted for a long time against Sri Lanka, made 31 off of over 100 balls.
Here is a delivery from Ali. Loud appeal as Chanderpaul was just pushing at that. Very nonchalant. He just sort of stood and pushed at the delivery. Not much movement of the feet. There was a loud appeal goes up. Again, Ali was very confident, but skipper Baba Azam says, no, I'm not going to chance it. We've already lost one review for the day, and so he said he's not going to review it.
Yeah, he's swinging and moving the ball off the seam, and the ball that comes back, it's the dangerous delivery. You can see there a lot of movement, prodigious movement back into Chanderpaul, but probably going over the stumps.
Yeah, make a little bit of height, but again, as you're right, a lot of movement. Here is Ali into Chanderpaul, short, but not well lined this time. It was outside the leg stump, and Chanderpaul just getting out of the way, allowing it to pass over his right shoulder and go through to wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan. But again, a delivery, the couple delivery before, Tony, where it came back at him, I think you're very right, where it made a lot of height, and it was certainly going way over the stumps. And a good decision from Baba Azam not to review it.
Yeah, Mohammad Ali has to strike the internal balance. He cannot be ultra aggressive here. He's got to maintain a line and length, but he's got to be looking to pound the ball sometimes with accuracy.
Well, he is into Chanderpaul, and this time Chanderpaul stands up to a delivery that again lined into him and making a little bit of height, but Chanderpaul was right on top of it and pushed it out to mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, I've seen it time and time again, Colin, and you could attest to this because you've played a lot of cricket in the past, and that when there is positivity where batting is concerned, technique improves. You've seen it with Craig Braffett in the past. I think that when you go out there looking for runs, you move better, there's a lot more fluency, and your shot making improves.
Yeah, you're right. And the thing about it is you're always looking to score, which is important. You don't have this defensive mindset. And yes, you're defending your wicket, but certainly if the opportunity arises to either get a single, rotate the strike, or even get a boundary, you're certainly looking for it. We have a slight delay. The umpire, Richard Kettleborough, is I'm not sure. I think it's the end of the over. I think that was the problem. They weren't sure. Well, I've seen that for a little while. I always know these umpires work with the little counters and they count the 6 balls. I'm not sure what happened to umpire Kettleborough there. He must have thought that, and Alex Wolf couldn't help him either. But at the end of the day, they looked towards the scoreboard, and the scoreboard said, "Hey, it's over." And it is, and at the end of 24 overs, I've been bowling at 60 for one.
It's a very difficult job, being an umpire, especially
Have
at
you
this
ever
level.
thought, you've retared years now. Have you ever thought of getting into that?
No. I don't have the patience.
You don't have the patience, no.
Although in my portfolio, the coach with younger players now, you have to have serious patience because of the changing psyche of the young players.
Is it, and I'm going to come back to that. Here is Shazad, sorry, into Hodge. Oh, that's a beauty. That is absolutely gorgeous shot from Hodge. It was pitched up to him outside the line of the off stump, and he just got down and got onto that front foot, bent it a little bit, and stroked it majestically between cover and point down to the boundary. That's a lovely looking shot from Hodge. You could see him also opening the face of the bat, getting it between the fielders down to the boundary for 4. He's looking really good now. Kevin Hodge, it goes to 64 for 1, and he goes up to what, 24, is it?
Yeah, that's an excellent shot by him. A real good balance in playing that shot. Good positioning too, and achieving 4 runs.
Here is a delivery outside the line of the off stump, and this time he allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, we've seen Colin some great shot making by Kevin Hodge. He seems to
Yeah.
be, after the break, the rain break, both batsmen have been a lot more positive, and they've made up their minds, and perhaps Darren Sammy or Floyd Reefer, the batting coach, have given them some advice.
Yeah, maybe, and say to be a little bit more positive, we're a little too defensive or whatever. But coming back to your coaching and the young people, Tony, is it a matter as we're looking at Shazad again into Hodge, this time outside the line of the off stump, and he's allowing to go through. And I think we talked about the advent of T20 cricket. You know, it's a fast-paced thing, and all the youngsters now, they just want to play T20 cricket and not concentrating on the longer version of the game.
Yeah, they challenge you all the time. Of course, the improvement in technology and that sort of thing. They look at what's happening online and they come to challenge you, the coach. But I try to strike the balance between what is happening in the modern sense and what happened in the past.
Here is Shazad into Hodge, and this is a good delivery, pitched, and you can see just lifting slightly, may have moved off the seam, and Hodge, you could see him just looking to push at it, and then realizing that ball was moving nicely off the seam, and made a little bit of height, and he just stuck his bat. He had nowhere to go, and the ball did just a little too much not to get the edge of the bat.
Yeah, it squared him up, and that type of delivery sometimes miss the edge of the bat because batsmen are not really getting behind the original line, so it was just pitched outside the off stump, but what a good delivery, significant movement there.
Here is Shazad again, this time wide of the off stump, and Hodge lines it up nicely and realizing it's too wide and allows it to go through. But you know, as that ball beat the edge of the bat, Tony, it reminded me years ago when you're playing your cricket and you beat the edge of the batsman bat, you sort of stand up wherever you are and you shout out to the bowler, don't worry, he's not good enough to edge it. Of course, all psychological, isn't it? You know, trying to upset the batsman's rhythm and his mental approach. But did that ever happen to you, Tony? Beat the edge of the bat? Here is Shazad. No, I'm just saying those guys in the back shouting to you about you, Tony. Here's a delivery. Hodge pushing it out on the onside, thinking of the single, but it was going straight to the fielder there at that forward square leg, and they didn't run. The end of the over. 25 overs have been bowled here. Chanda Paul is on 21. Hodge is on 28. And it's 64 for 1.
There's no sense that this is a novelty item for Kevin Hodge because he's played against them recently, just a couple of days ago, and he got a 19, I think it was 93. He batted for a long time. He was not as assertive as we've seen today, so he's decided that I know these bowlers, the pitch is good, it's a good batting pitch. Some of the balls are coming on nicely. He's in great position, and it's a fantastic approach. And what he has done, he has ignited Chanapal from the other end to be positive also. The run between the wickets has been marvelous. Of course, the outfield very heavy, so the ball is not really going to the boundary. But other than that, they have been fantastic after the break.
Well, we see a change in the bowling, and it's Amir Jamal into the attack. Another fast medium all-rounder. So in his 9th test match, and he's picked up 21 wickets thus far in his test career. As this delivery, Chandapol just walks across towards the off stump and pushes it out onto the onside, and there is no run.
They seem to all have strong actions. The run-ups have been good, been well balanced, elbows pumping forward, but they seem to have strong actions. And that's a part of Pakistani's cricket. They produce some good fast bowlers, but nobody yet we've seen with extreme pace here. Jamal, 125, 130 Ks.
Here is Jamal again into the left-handed. Chandapol outside the line of the off stump, goes through, taken by the keeper. Just 2 slips in a gully, a point that is about 3/4 way back onto the boundary, and there's a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a squarish mid-wicket, and then a man down at fine leg. Are you surprised not to see Afridi in this team? Shane Afridi, the left hand, he had pace, he swings the ball. I don't know, I think because of what has been happening with Pakistan in their cricket, they seem to have lost a little bit of faith and a little bit of confidence in him. Here is Jamal into Chandapol again, and this time a delivery line coming into the left-hander on the pad, and he's trying to work it past mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder, and there is no run. Score remains on 64 for 1.
What has happened to him is that he has had some injuries, some serious injuries. I think a knee injury that he recuperated from. But since that, he hasn't had the potency that we know him to have. Remember, he used to bowl these pairing Yorkers, swinging the ball both ways, and was a handful for international batsmen. But since coming back, he's not been as potent.
Yeah. Well, here is Jamal again into Chandapol, and the delivery, Chandapol was thinking of the single. Hodge rightfully sent him back because he was working this ball, trying to get it past the man at a squarish mid-wicket, and they couldn't beat him. He thought it a single, but Hodge immediately said no, and Chandapol went back to the safety of his crease. Score remained 64 for 1.
I think that when you look at the field pace, and that man in that short, looks like a short mid-wicket position.
Squarish mid-wicket,
what is the aim and objective there?
Well, here is Jamal. I'll give you my opinion in a minute. He takes the edge, and that's it. Chandapol goes. A good delivery from Jamal in his first over. What we saw him doing, Tony, he was bringing the ball into Chandapol, maybe on the pad. This time, he went outside the line of the off stump, seemed to have left Chandapol slightly. He got the outside edge, and it went low down. A catch taken, comfortable catch in the end, taken by, it seems to be the skipper there. No, it's not. It's Salman. Salman is the man taking the catch there at second slip. And it's the end of Chandapol. He goes for 21. Caught Salman, bowl Jamal, 21. West Indies now 64 for 2.
Yeah, you made mention that he was bringing a lot of deliveries into the left-handed Chandapol. That one went away from him. And when you look at the slow motion replay, Chandapol was looking to come forward, so he was not in a stable position. And he fished after the ball, got a tick outside edge, and was well caught in the slip area. So not a bad delivery, but Chandapol was leaving alone the good balls all of the times. He went after this one. But the man that comes to the wicket is the man that got 233 runs against Sri Lanka in the first test match not too long ago.
Yeah, and he must be full of confidence, Amir Jangu. And so a left-hander is replaced a left-hander. So Jangu now in his 4th test match. Tony is averaging 68. I mean, I don't know how he will be able to keep this thing over 50 in his career because it's difficult. I mean, you talk of averages over 50, but really, you've got to be an exceptional player if you're getting your average over 50 throughout the length of your career.
Yeah, I think that in the history of the game, in the first 20 players who have averaged over, well, the best averages, I think that you've had 4 or 5 West Indians.
Yeah, well, it's been tremendous. And of course, the legend who just passed, I mean, there's no words you can use, can you, to describe Sagari Sobers. Here's Django facing his first delivery. What a take down the leg side from Rizwan, because you could see Jamal looking for a little bit more pace, went wide of that leg stump, and Rizwan was diving full length to his right, but the glove to it, his right glove, didn't hold on to it, but the important thing, he stopped it, and he saved 4 byes. So a dot ball to end the over. 26 overs have been bowled, 64 for 2. Django, just facing his one delivery so far, is there with Hodge, who is not out on 28.
Yeah, funnily enough, the last delivery was the worst delivery in that over.
I think he looked for a little more pace, didn't you?
Yeah. You can expect that he's
the new
young.
batsman, the new batsman,
He's
yeah.
running in and trying his very best, and he's looking for pace, but going down the leg side, excellent stop. Not take ready, but excellent stop.
Yeah.
Because Rizwan is what? He's about
He's 36,
5'5".
and yeah, he's 5'5" and 36 years old.
Yeah, but he's full of energy, not just behind the stumps.
Here's a new over started by Shazad and a delivery first up to Hodge, pitching just outside the off stump. Again, we see him getting a little bit of movement, and Hodge played it, missed it, went through to the keeper.
Yeah, I like the way they've put their deliveries together. They've trying their very best, but for the most part, they bowl in the corridor of uncertainty. Excellent delivery, that movement away, the thick the thick seam of the ball does that too. Water delivery, a lot of movement there.
Well, here is Shazad again, on his way to bowl to the right-handed Hodge, and Hodge is on the front foot, guiding this one, coming off maybe a thick outer part of the bat, goes past the man at point, is running down to the boundary. They've gone for two. They're thinking of the third, but it's not on. Good bit of fielding there. The chase was on there by, let's see, the man, it seems to be Ali. Ali Usman is the man running it down, and he was able to save it from getting into the boundary, but not before the batsman crossed for two. 66 for two, Hodge on to 30.
But it's also smart batting because he's playing with soft hands,
That's
slightly opening the face of the bat and running it down. Now, if he went hard at that ball, maybe he would have gotten a thick outside edge. So it's smart batting by Hodge.
Well, here is a delivery again from Shazad outside the line of the stump, moving away from the right-hander. He seems to pitch it, as they say, Tony, just in that corridor where Hodge sort of has to play at it. And as he's playing, it's moving away. He's lucky so far, you have to say. And the Pakistan players would be disappointed that they haven't found the edge of his bat.
But he's getting close to the stump. So he's using the stump as a prop and as a guideline. And he's falling through down the wicket at the batsman. Biomechanically very proficient here, and is getting the ball to talk.
Well, let's see if he can get this next delivery to talk as he's into Hodge. And this is outside the line of the leg stump. And Rizwan again. Rizwan stops it. Rizwan stops it. I need to apologize. I don't know. Sometimes he goes hysterical. I think I want to apologize to Mohammad Rizwan. I said he was 36. He's only 34, Tony. Slightly younger than you are.
Yeah.
Just slightly.
Thank you.
Let me take a deep breath. As 67 for two. As Shazad at the top of his mark. 3 slips now in place for him. 3 slips in a gully. As he's into Hodge, and Hodge is on the front foot. They go through for a good single because, again, what they've done, they've taken out that extra man in the cover region and put him into a 3rd slip. And that delivery was right up to Hodge, and he was just on the front foot and pushed it into the gap, and they went through for a comfortable single. Hodge on to 31, and the total now on to 68 for two.
Yeah, it's great to see Hodge getting some runs in the Caribbean, because remember, he didn't have such a good tournament. You know, the truncated tournament, the 4-day tournament, regional 4-day cricket. And he
truncated, you use? Truncated?
Truncated.
Okay.
So
I like it. 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 It was. But, yeah. No complaints. No complaints.
Most teams played, what, 3 games?
Well, here is Shazad again. This time he's wrong the wicket to Django, who's facing his second delivery, his first from Shazad. So Shazad has decided to come wrong the wicket. Tony, you know, as a left-hander, you sometimes prefer the bowler to be coming around the wicket rather than coming from over the wicket. Did you ever have a preference when you're bowling to a left-hander?
We went around the wicket as
Why?
right-arm bowlers because in one-day cricket, to tuck up the batsman, but not really to get the batsman out.
But in test match
But
cricket?
in test matches, we stayed over the wicket.
Yeah,
so it's a general thing that when you see a left-hander, know that right-arm bowlers come
wrong
the wicket.
Here is Shazad into Django, and this time he's pushing it out to a short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The end of the over. At the end of it, Django yet to get off the mark. Hodges 31. It's 68 for two.
And they stay around the wicket rather than come over the wicket, because there's a blind side, a natural blind side. Batsmen will have to adjust in their batting stance.
That's right.
I don't
So
know.
with a left-hander and you're coming over the wicket, he's got to open up a little bit more, doesn't he?
That's right.
Now, if you're coming around the wicket, he stands normal and would prefer it.
That's right.
So I've always found it strange that unless they're looking at the batsman and feel there's a weakness if you're going to come around the wicket.
And there's a dominant eye, but they're both eyes on the ball when a batsman, looks at a bowler coming around the wicket who's right arm.
That's right. Well, here is Jamal with his second over. He's picked up one wicket, that of Chanderpaul. And this is outside the line of the offense. Gone a little too wide and gives Hodge the opportunity to allow it to go through to the keeper. I must say, Hodge looking pretty confident, isn't he? Yes, he's been beaten on a couple of occasions, but I find he's got a nice positive mentality, especially if the ball is there to be put away.
Yeah, I think that Sachin mentioned that he's a good lateral player, horizontal bat player. But what we've seen from him too is that he's played well off the front foot and the back foot.
So are you disagreeing with what Sachin said? I'm not sure. Just here is Jamal outside the line of the off stump, and it's well taken by Rizwan. I'm not sure. I'm just asking you. It's a simple question.
Did you have lunch?
Well, actually, I did. You saw me eating lunch. Were you asking me if I had lunch?
No,
and
no.
you said it was a nice Chinese lunch.
No. I want to know if you...
Because it had noodles and things like that.
Well, all right, but, you're
sorry?
getting very sarcastic.
Me? I'm never.
Me?
Never.
Never.
I could take, as you said, I'll take umbrage to that.
Umbrage. Oh,
Yeah, you
good
like
word.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
love it.
Here is Jamal. You made me forget his name, as this delivery is up to Hodge, and he's just playing it out on the front foot, and there is no run. Score remains on 68 for 2.
I'm looking at his action, Jamal's action. I think that he has a semi-wrong action. So he's coming at a slightly angled approach to the wicket, and he's trying to get the ball to veer away from Hodge. 2 slips in place and a gully. So it's good thinking from him. It might be a different thing with the left-handed Django.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as Django at the non-striker's end. So he's looking at Jamal, who is on his way to bowl to Hodge, as this delivery outside the line of the off stump. Again, making a little height and moving away, and Hodge was getting across and getting right on top of the delivery and just opening the face of the bat. But there's only 2 slips for Jamal, 2 slips in a gully, so the extra player is in that cover region, and even the man at backward point goes a little bit finer. So, and that ball was going straight to him.
Yeah, the way he's batting at the moment, he's now on 31 off of 61 deliveries, but it really would breed more interest into the fans here. The way he's batting, he's moving well, he's looking for the singles. He's been technically really sound.
Well, here he is. Waits on Jamal,
Shot.
and he's pulling this one. That's 4 runs. That's a brilliant shot again. What was good about that, Tony, it was short, but he was into position so early, and he was just pulling. There's a man at deep backward square leg. He had no chance. It was going to his left, but you knew from the time that came off that bat, the middle of the bat, it was going down for 4 runs. A short delivery angled into Hodge, and he was in position quickly. That's 4 good-looking runs for him. He goes to 35. It's 72 for 2.
Yeah, too short to a short batsman too. He's about, 5, I think 5'8", and he was quickly onto that one. Picked up the line very quickly, and excellent back foot movement.
This one outside the line of the
my.
off stump, and that's a great shot again. Hodge is on fire here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. If you're going to bowl him short, he's going to take advantage of it. And this one was another short one, this time outside the line of the off stump, and he was quickly into position, opened the face of the bat, hit it square down to the deep point position for 4 runs. He goes quickly on to 39 now, Hodge. He's looking good. It's 76 for 2 at the end of Jamal's over.
Yeah, and that's what I kept on saying, Colin Murray, that if you put pressure on the bowlers, they will bowl more and more bad deliveries because they will get annoyed. A lot of these young bowlers, they don't have the experience to control their emotions, and bad deliveries will come. That was a short, bad delivery, wider outside the off stump, and Kevin Hodge was excellent. They played a very good square cut for 4 runs.
Well, it's going to be Amir Django in strike. He's yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 3 deliveries, and 76 for 2. Of course, Django in his 4th Test match, and remember that double century he made against Sri Lanka. He waits as this delivery outside the line of the leg stump from Shazad, and he was looking to flick it. Not a good delivery. He should have made some sort of contact with it. Didn't, and Rizwan takes it going down the leg side, no run.
We've had a lot of discussions about the great man, Sir Gary Sobers, and the ability to do different things on the cricket field. Just think about it, Django bats now. He is a wicketkeeper batsman, and he would have made concentration investments being a wicketkeeper batsman. He'd only have this aspect of the game to contend with now, just a batting.
Here he faces up to Shazad, and delivery coming back at him. Hit him on the pad, but may have hit him a little too high up. And no appeal or anything like that from the fielders. And there's no run.
Yeah, just think about it. I saw him make the double century against CCC a couple of years ago, just a couple of years ago at UE Spec. And it's the same sort of approach that he has used in making that test and double century. Yeah, the way he batted, the different gears that he showed. Just an excellent innings, a record-breaking innings, along with his captain, Roston Chase.
Well, here is Shazad again, round the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips in a gully, they go down as he opens the face, guides it past point, runs here for Django, he's off the mark. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for the 2nd, and that's all there will be, as that was Jamal was given chase, and they picked up 2 runs. So he's off the mark, and the total goes now, what, to 78 for 2. And Django on to 2.
Yes, and the first class game he had here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he played here against Jamaica as an opening batsman who also wicket-keep. And I was telling the selectors after this delivery, I'll continue.
Well, here is Shazad again in his 8th over, halfway through, as this one is too wide of the off stump. And ball went through to be taken low down. Rizwan is having a tough time behind the stumps. He's all over the place. He's diving to his left, diving to his right, having to come forward. As that delivery, let's see, the delivery, Tony, from Shazad. What was that?
The boomerang.
I tell you, that one swung, and Rizwan did well in the end to take it, because it was coming back at him, heading down towards the leg side.
Yeah, I also think that the Pakistanis have acquired the ability to swing and seam the ball because of the state of pitches back in Pakistan. It's more suited for the spinners, so they've always had that ability.
How would you compare, as we look at Shazad again, into Django, and Django is turning this delivery, but straight to the man there at that forward square leg position, and there is no run. You've played in Pakistan, have you?
Yes, Colin.
Did well. You did well.
I'm surprised that
no, I didn't.
Did you research on
you
me?
did well. Well, Tony, I don't have to research in you, Tony. I know everything about you.
I played. Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, you should know I played in Pakistan.
Well, I wanted you to say it. Really,
no,
that you
I'm
played
not
in
gonna
Pakistan. Because
talk
what I wanted to ask you is, how do you compare? I know if you could remember the pitches in Pakistan. Tony, I don't know. Tony, I'll come back to the question. Here is Shazad into Django outside the off stump, and it's taken by the keeper. It's the end of the over. Shazad has completed his 8 overs, none for 20. Django is 2, Hodges on 39. How do you compare the pitches in Pakistan to even Trinidad? Let's say,
there are more abrasive pitches in Pakistan, and by the 3rd day, you're going to find up and down and start a turn. Abdul Qadir,
the great leg spinner, wasn't he? You faced him, Tony?
Yeah, I got bowled with a Yorker. I told you that already.
Yeah, well, I wanted to hear it again. Tony, what a great bowler is he, a leg spinner.
And aggressive.
Yeah,
we now have one left-arm Chinaman googly bowler. I
want to come back to that guy.
Laws, yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something, because when I saw him in the under, you're not missing any cricket, because Django is just getting some repairs done to maybe his helmet or gloves, I'm not sure. But I saw this young guy at under 19 in the World Cup, and I thought, hey, this is one for the future. I also looked at this other leg spinner, Micah McKenzie. I think he's got a good future. Here is the Jamal starting a new over, and the first delivery angled into Hodge, and he's just pushing it out on the offside. Yeah, I thought, hey, and I wrote on Vital Laws and says, why you've got to get him in, got to get him into West Indies, because you don't see those kind of guys. I mean, you talk about Inchanali, you have to go way back to Inchanali, Dave Tadpole. There was another guy who unfortunately died tragically in a car crash, Shilvan Prague, who he would have certainly got into a West Indies team. Here's Jamal into Hodge, and Hodge turns this one down to a deep backward square leg position. And there is a fielder in that position, and they're going to only get a single. So one more to Hodge. He goes into the 40s now. He's on 40 exact. It's 79-4-2. Yeah, and I am so happy that he was given the opportunity, because I was disappointed that Jamaica didn't include him in the 4-day tournament. You know, and I was even thinking, you know, maybe he should be here in the squad, not to play him, but just let him learn what Test cricket is all about. Because Tony Gray, I'm convinced this guy, once he stays fit, once he stays hungry, once he stays, you know, he is one for the future. And I think he's got a great career in West Indies cricket. Here's Jamal to the left-handed Django, and this is a delivery pitching. And you could see him making a little height and leaving Django and goes through to the wicket keeper. The other boy I saw as I said, in the under-19 tournament was Michael McKenzie, you know, and he was in the Legends, the Legends here. And did pretty well. So
league.
Yeah, the breakout league. You know, and I'm hoping somewhere along the line. What I like about, you talked about Abdul Kadir and aggressive. I looked at Michael McKenzie as a 19-year-old, and I find he's pretty aggressive. You know, and it's all about having confidence in yourself as well. But here's Django, waits on Jamal, who starts his run-up. This is his third over, not 1 for 9 so far. Bowls to the left-hander, and Django getting right behind the line, pushing it back up along the track to the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, to analyze those rare Thai bowlers, left-arm Chinaman, googly bowler, you have to look at him in the one-day internationals against New Zealand. 5 of them he played. And I have to compliment Darren Sami and the staff for preparing him properly, because he was excellent against the number 2 team, Colin Murray, the number 2 team in one-day internationals. Consistency, even when he didn't bowl good deliveries, he was able to come back. So it shows a positive mindset out there from a youngster, 19 years old.
Yeah, here's Jamal, and this you could see Django a little bit tentative, because he seemed to be getting in line, and then the last minute he sort of pushed it, and the ball came off the top part of the bat and goes out towards the third slip. And there's no run. Didn't seem very confident in playing that shot, Tony.
Yeah, this is a much better fast bowling attack than we saw from Sri Lanka. They get in the ball to move off the seam. They get in the ball to swing through the air. So the attacking Django, they don't want him to settle long. Obviously, there's no secrets in international cricket. He's just scored a double century, and they know that he can bat for long. So they're trying to get him out very quickly.
Well, here is Jamal with his final delivery of the over into Django, and this one outside the line, he came back at Django, but he picked it up well. He picked up the line well, and he allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. At the end of the over, at the end of it, Django is on 2, Hodge is on 40. West Indies are 79 for 2. We're having a bit of a refreshment break, or is it a hydration break, Tony? A hydration break we're having.
You had a problem with that for the World Cup.
Yeah, I didn't agree with it at all.
Why is that so?
Well, there's a lot of things. You know, I didn't. There were games when I didn't think it was needed. If there was need for it, maybe in the days where the game started in the day and the hot, you know, sun and things. Yeah, but in general, I don't think it was needed, and I thought it gave an advantage to a team that wasn't doing very well. They were under pressure, and just the break, they were able to go and have a chat with their coach and things of that nature. You know, so I didn't agree with it, but, you know, it was there. It was there for a reason, in terms of, I thought it was more, how should I put it, commercial, you know, and it paid dividends to FIFA. So, you know, and that's fine, you know, and that's if that's how they want it, they want. But even the crowds didn't like it at every
Seriously?
yeah, at every
Well, you watched
stadium.
it live. You went.
It
You
did.
went.
And from the time
went
they
to
had the
World Cup.
hydration break, the crowd started to boo. I mean, it was incredible how they just got on, you know, and they were booing and carrying on at a rate. But at the end of the day, it was put in place. Sponsors were advertised and all of that. So it's not something that you could have said, well, hey, the crowds don't like it, the spectators, so we're going to change it. They couldn't change it at that point in time. So they just had to go with it. But here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, quickly to recap for you, West Indies won the toss. They've lost the wickets of Chanderpaul, who went caught Salman bowled Jamal for 21. King went bowl Abbas for 12. Hodges 14 not out. Jangu is on 2 not out. It's 79 for 2. The West Indies having won the toss, and they're bowling for Pakistan. Mohammad Abbas, he's 1 for 26 from 10, and the other wicket taker is Amir Jamal. He is 1 for 9 from 3 overs. So Tony, I'm going to leave you. And I'm not going to run away from you, Tony. I'll never do that. A lot of people think I should, but I'll never do that because I sometimes have to look after you. So I'm going to leave you in the hands, the capable hands of you call him the man with the golden voice.
Man with the golden
Oh,
voice.
yeah, that's nice. He must be very happy with you. You can send, you got a
Take
check.
your time,
or,
Colin
yeah,
Murray.
I want to know if you're getting a check or cash from him. Anyway, I mean, no, video around fell, and then of course he's going to be going by that boy again, that guy. What's his name? Sachin Ramsubag.
Yeah, so excellent session, in my opinion. Really pleasing to the eye. The fans here would have been impressed. Aggressive time bowling, good movement off the pitch, and then we've had the batting of Kevin Hodge. He's been impressive, Vidya Ramphal. Very, very impressive.
Yes, Tony, he certainly has been. 35 runs he picked up in that hour since the break. Just to remind you, of course, West Indies winning the toss earlier today, and they have brought back in Tejarain Chanderpaul and Kevin Hodge also returning to the team. Well, Chanderpaul opened with King. King was the first to go bowled by Abbas for 12. Chanderpaul was caught by Agha of Jamal for 21. The wickets falling at 13 and 64. Hodge is 40 not out. Django is 2 not out. And after 30 overs, the West Indies are 79 for 2. Shahzad is about to bowl his 9th over. None for 20 so far, but he has bowled very well. And here he is in now, bowling from the southern end. He's bowling to Hodge. And this one, he hurries into a defensive shot and picks it up kindly for the fielder. Welcome back to Sachin Ramsubag. How are you?
Thank you very much, Vidya. I'm quite good. Cooler conditions, of course, today with the overcast conditions, the rain interval as well. And I think all the players, the batters and the fielders, they are enjoying these conditions. More so the faster bowlers. The ball is swinging tremendously. In the last over before the water interval, the refreshment break, we saw Rizwan getting hit on one of his phalanges from extreme swinging delivery.
Here's the bowler in once again, and Hodge is playing this one straight to mid-wicket on the leg side, of course, and there is no run, 79 for 2. Yeah, that particular delivery started outside of the off-stump, Django's off-stump, and it was Rizwan having to dive down the leg side. Interestingly, most of the swing came after it passed the batter and not in front of the wicket. That kind of swing in front of the wicket would have been absolutely deadly.
Yeah, so even if the bowler hangs the ball in the air, it's risk-reward, right? If you hang the ball in the air, there's major chance that it's going to swing a lot, but it's also another chance that if it doesn't swing as much, you can be driven to the boundary.
Shahzad into Hodge, who's driving back towards the ball, who throws it back to his keeper, not far away from the head of Hodge. That wouldn't unsettle him in any way. And I think Rizwan has been struck again here. And the 32-year-old, not 32-year-old, not 36-year-old, is really in the wars today. 34 he is.
I feel sorry for the guy. He's been, apart from collecting
34.
swing deliveries. He's been hit a couple times on his hands and his feet as well. He's going to need a proper ice bath at the end of today's play.
Yes, Shahzad into Hodge once again, and this time he's playing defensively back to the bowler. Well, tell you what, whatever his age is, he is feeling like 36 and more right now because of the amount of work he has to do. The man from Peshawar, a 44th test match for him, over 2,500 runs and averaging just over 40. And one of several batsmen in this Pakistan team averaging over 40. Of course, he'll get his chance to bat. And I think he would be relishing his chances to bat here from what he's seen so far. Not a bad pitch at all. And it's a pitch that, you know, once you dig in, you're going to get runs. And that's certainly what the West Indies are trying to do. Shahzad, none for 20, in for his 5th ball of the over. He's bowling to Hodge. And that one's moving away from Hodge. There's some swing that time, Sachin. And that's Rizwan diving away towards his right to make the stop.
Yeah, it's continuous massive swinging deliveries, prodigious swing from each of these fast bowlers. They're really doing a wonderful job here, exploiting the conditions that are conducive to fast bowling. And Kavim Hodge is really stuck out the time. He's done a remarkable job for the Windies. He's currently on 40 from 70 deliveries in a tremendous innings he's played so far.
Shahzad at the top of his mark, standing on the sign for the sponsor. Now he's in past the umpire. Hodge is waiting for him, and that one he hurries into a defensive shot. It's all about the single, but then is sent back, and it has come to an end. It's a maiden over, good over from Shahzad, kept him honest during that one. Hodge stays on 40, Django is 2, and the West Indies are 79 for 2 after 31 overs, after deciding to bat first.
Can the West Indies withstand this pace attack? We were talking about the first hour of the first session, preparation moisture, but then with the rain interval you had some additional moisture being placed onto the surface, and that sprinkling, that drizzle that continues to exist in various communities across from this venue, and the cooler conditions will also assist and be conducive to these fast bowling activities, which is why Rizwan went back to his pace attack, and they've been doing quite well. But in contrast as well, the West Indian batters, they're also doing quite well in withstanding that pace and being very defensive at times.
Here's Jamal, his first ball to the left-hander. That's cut away, not a full-blooded cut by any means, but he is going to pick up 2, Django, and he heads back to the striker's end after picking up 2. A short delivery from the 30-year-old from Mianwali. That's Jamal, and picking up 2 for Django. Well, he certainly did make an impression, didn't he, Jamal, when he came in for his first series against Australia, 80-odd and taking a 5-wicket haul. And certainly Jamal has made quite an impression. Pakistan has had some great all-rounders. Imran Khan, of course, the greatest of them all in the past. And many were looking to this man as perhaps fulfilling that type of player who would have to separate 2 different skills.
Yeah, of course, Imran Khan venturing into the realm of politics as well. That's a topic for another discussion, Vidya. But surely Pakistan is on the hunt for the next genuine all-round, the next genuine fast bowling all-round. And I think they've found an option here that they can use.
Jamal around the wicket to Django, who's driving fluently. That's going to run away for 4. A brilliant cover drive. And that was pitched up, and Django picks up his first boundary. That's a superb shot.
That's a picturesque shot from Amir Django. Classical left-handed style, West Indian flair from Amir Django. Overpitched, looking for that swing again was Jamal. And Amir Django pounced on that. And he continues to showcase why he was selected for this type of cricket. And he continues to push on and build in confidence as he moves from stride to stride, averaging over 45 in this format of the game. He would want to, of course, maintain that for the West Indies.
Django from St. James in Trinidad, facing up to Jamal. It's round the wicket again to him. This slight swinging away, but similar effect. That one's driven away through the covers. It could run away for 4. It's slowing up just in front of the ropes and pulled back. Wonderful bit of fielding out there for the Pakistan team, and Django will get 3. That was Shan Masood, the former captain, doing the fielding.
Yeah, that was really, that shot deserved 4 runs. It came off the middle of the bat, had pure timing onto it. Had he put a little bit of power, it would have raced away to the boundary. But Amir Django is looking in really good touch. These 2 batters enjoy facing faster bowlers, and surely we may see a change in the bowling attack. Maybe the spinner may come back on, or maybe Rizwan will persist with his faster bowlers. Only time will tell, but the West Indian batters, Hodge and Django, they are relishing these medium fast bowlers at the moment.
88 for 2 the score, and here is Amir once again. This one is cut away by Hodge, and this is going to test the fielder. He dives across. I think he caught that one on the neck, but he made the stop, and they only will get one. That's a good bit of fielding out to the boundary. Is that Muhammad Ali out there? It's Shahzad actually who made the stop, and that's a great bit of work from that cut shot by Hodge.
That was a marvelous shot. Lots of power and timing onto it. Would have certainly got to the boundary. And yeah, you're right, Vidya. He got somewhere into the neck of the chest region, putting his body on the line for his country and his team. I'd like to make an immediate correction. We were mentioning Mohammad Rizwan. It's actually Babar Azam as the captain today.
Yeah, but Baba has been brought in as the captain to replace the skipper, Shan Masood. Next delivery, Django is solidly forward to it, plays it back down to mid-off. There's no run, and that certainly is one of the talking points of the Pakistan project. Shan Masood was in charge of the Pakistan team, and they lost 12 of 16 test matches in charge, including that 0-2 sweep to Bangladesh earlier this year. Pakistan bottom of the World Test Championship table, and as a result of that, they've gone back to Babar Azam. Ironically, Shan Masood averaged over 40 during that period. He actually had a pretty good bit of form, and hopefully he will be able to do so for Pakistan. Here's the next delivery, and Jamal, this one's homing in on the leg stump. Django is defending out on the onside, and there is no run. The overs come to an end. After 32 overs, Django is 11, Hodge is 41, and the West Indies are 89 for 2. So the West Indies, as you mentioned, a very interesting point about the batting. Now, in terms of we've seen so far over the years, the narrative has always been that the bowlers for the West Indies have put in a heroic effort. The batsmen drop the ball a lot in terms of what we've seen from the West Indies over the years. In that series against Sri Lanka, we saw something very different. It was the batters who were carrying. It was a sort of a new identity for the West Indies. The batting carried the weight, and the bowlers were backing them up.
Yeah, it was something that they've been asking for quite some time.
Shahzad, his first ball of the new over is down the leg side, taken by Rizwan.
Yeah, for the batters to be more consistent. And we heard as well Darren Sammy making the appeal for consistency at the end of that one-day international series against New Zealand. He said he was very disappointed the West Indies may now have to go into the qualifiers for the ODI World Cup next year. But consistency has always been the issue. And he came very openly and said it, that the West Indian players need to be more consistent. The bowlers, they have the ability to take 20 wickets, and they've done so quite often. But now the batters, they need to be even more consistent.
Shahzad to Hodge, who plays it out in front of him, thought about a single, but decides to head back in, and there's no run. The West Indies' identity as a batting side, you go back, pick over the bones of that Sri Lanka test, 626 for 9, Django 233, Chase 194, a 401-run partnership between those two. And then in the next match, you had a 242-run partnership between Graves and Hope. Graves 180, Hope 112. Certainly a purple patch for the West Indies batters. 4 centurions in that series. Here is Shahzad, and Hodge is playing this one to mid-wicket, straight to Ali, and there's no run. And certainly it's good to see, but the real test will be against Pakistan here. No disrespect, of course, to Sri Lanka, but will the West Indies be able to keep that going?
Different venue, different situation as well. But, of course, Sri Lanka, based on the World Test Championship standing, a more credible opposition than Pakistan. West Indies currently ranked 8th, Pakistan 9th. So this is really a bottom-of-the-table clash in this test match. Sri Lanka ranking 6th. So the West Indies did a wonderful job in winning that series. And you spoke of that high-scoring affair where over 600 runs were scored in that innings. And double centurions, you had centurions as well, and it was really a mark of an improving West Indian team in terms of their batting in test match cricket.
Shahzad's next delivery is outside the off-stump, let go by Hodge, and taken again uncomfortably by Rizwan, who had to move away. It's not great carry for the wicketkeeper. He has to collect a lot of these deliveries below his waist, so he has to do a bit of movement. And this is where, when you put in the hard yards as a wicketkeeper, all that running, that jogging, that strength training, and the elasticity does help. This one's beating him. Oh, that one passed over the top of off stump. Rizwan takes it. The other deliveries had moved away. That one jagged in sharply. Hodge was beaten all ends up, and Shahzad is wondering why he doesn't have his first wicket of the series.
Well, the previous delivery was moving away from the right-handed batter, Kavim Hodge. This one just angling the wrist. That one jagging back in and splitting Kavim Hodge in half. It went through the inside half of the bat, almost taking the off-stump bail with it. And Rizwan had to dive in again. Again, Rizwan is diving to his left to receive it. So the challenges continue for not just the wicket-keeper, but now the challenge is up for the batter. And this is a marvelous matchup between Kavim Hodge and Shahzad.
Box office stuff here. It's Shahzad into Hodge, who's on 41. And this one, Hodge is playing on the onside, ran down the track and stopped. Muhammad Ali was there very quickly across to make the stop. And that will bring us to the end of the 33rd over. The West Indies, 89 for 2. Hodge kept on 41. Django on 11. And that's the second consecutive maiden over for Shahzad. He certainly has been putting the pressure.
And just to give you an update on the World Test Championship rankings, Australia first, South Africa second on 84 and 36 points respectively. So surely Australia way ahead from the entire pack. They've played 8 matches though. South Africa playing 4. New Zealand played 6 with 52 points. And of course they continue down the line. The West Indies and Pakistan 8th and 9th respectively. The West Indies on 18 and Pakistan on 4 points. It's 12 points for a win, 6 points for a tie, and 4 points for a drawn match.
Jamal starts his 5th over. That's edged and through the gap for 4. In between the 2 slips and the gully, that one flew uppishly. Even if there were a fielder there, it would have been doubtful whether he would have taken it high over the slip cordon and away for 4. Streaky shot for Django, but he moves on by a quadruple.
It was a very risky shot from Amir Django, but again, no fielder in that position, getting to the boundary very, very quickly, dropping into no man's land. And he's that type of player. He takes some risks when there is the ability to do so, there is the availability to do so, and he's also very cautious at times. So I see nothing wrong with it. There is no fielder in that region. Why not have a slash?
Well, he went hard, and that was the important thing. It flew high over. It was so high, if Colin Murray would have stood up Tony Gray's shoulders, he still wouldn't have been able to catch that.
That's about 15 feet.
Yeah, at least. Yes, Jamal. And this one, Django is playing on the onside. Straight to mid-wicket, there's no run. And that's cut away nicely by Django. And what wonders that 233 would have done to his confidence. And when you look at the story that Django is scripting here for himself, he comes into the ODI team, scores 100 in his first match, the first man since Desmond Haynes to score 100 on debut in ODI cricket, comes in and within his second match, came into the match only because Shehu was injured and scores a double 100. What a career he's starting to script for himself here.
Yeah, if that's not a statement, then I don't know what is. Tell me more, they say.
Jamal, and he's coming round the wicket. Django plays on the onside. There's no run. He's high in confidence right now. And certainly he needs to ride through this. 68 you mentioned that he's averaging so far in his very young career. And what a way he's in. And he could be a potential match winner for the West Indies in the future.
You always hear, and you hear this from your elders, when you get an opportunity, you wait for your time. When you get the opportunity, make sure you grab it with both hands. Amir Django has grabbed every single opportunity playing for the West Indies with both hands and a feet. He's done a remarkable job for the Maroon Cap in the ODI and the Test formats.
That's one he's playing on the onside. Straight to mid-wicket once again. Ali is there to do the fielding. And Django, just take a look at him, the left-hander, tall and very slim. And he is the one who really made his name in Trinidad and Tobago playing white ball cricket. He's quite an explosive batsman. And he certainly has made his name in T10, T20 cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. And now here at the Test level, scripting a different type of narrative for himself in this particular format. At the top of this mark is Jamal for the first ball of the over. 2 balls to go. Here he is in. Round the wicket to Django again. And that's a superb delivery that beats Django, doesn't take the edge, and it's taken by Rizwan.
What I like is the psychological effect of Amir Django. Yes, he was beaten, but that's okay. He looks at the ground, retakes his guard, and walks away. He does not have any eye contact with the bowler, does not give him any drop of positive energy that you are on top of me. And that's what you want to see from your main batter, your number 4 batter. You want to see him confident. You want to see him withstand the pressure, not just on the field with bat and working around and getting shots, but you also have that psychological battle as well of player versus player.
As we watch Jamal trying to get on top of Django in terms of this battle. And he's into him. He's pulled that away. There's a man down there. But will that go all the way? The umpire is signaling 6. That one has gone to backward square leg over the boundary and has gone all the way. Effortless shot there by Django. The first 6 of the match. And that moves the West Indies to 99 for 2.
The psychological battle between Amir Django and Jamal. Django has won that battle in that over. You see we saw the bowlers running down and steering the batters in their face, etc. The good old fast bowler steer that has not worked for Amir Django. He's blocked that out, and he surely got on top of that one. A wonderful pull shot. It was not a fast short delivery whatsoever. It was probably a trial short delivery from Jamal to see if the ball may have popped up. But surely Amir Django, man, he really hit that one with authority. The moment it left the bat, had 6 runs written all over it.
Most expensive over of the match so far, a 6 and a 4 in this one. And taking a look at Django, he got that one very early, pulled that one away. Just tells you about this pitch. There's not a lot of pace in it. And that's why we've seen the earlier bowlers not use the short delivery at all. And in fact, a few short deliveries we have seen have been put away. So Jamal struggling at one end. Abbas is back in for his second spell of the afternoon. 1 for 26 off his 10 overs. Here he is in from the southern end over the wicket. And Hodge is playing this off the back foot down to the deep point position. And he picks up 1. So he moves on to 42. Django's 21. And there's the 100 up for the West Indies. 100 up in 34.1 overs.
It's been a real battle for the West Indian batters, and they've fought well and they've done well, especially on the resumption of the rain and lunch interval. They've taken some risks a little bit, both Hodge and Amir Django. Calculated risks, may I add, 100 coming from 34.1 overs, just 1-6 and 11 fours coming off it. So the runs are starting to flow much, much better here for the Windies.
That's a great delivery outside the off stump from Abbas. The next one coming round the wicket. Django felt for it outside there. Didn't take a touch. Taken by Rizwan. 2 slips and a gully in place now. There is the backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket also. And there is fine leg. And the man at fine leg was Ali Usman, the left-arm orthodox bowler, is warming up. He is twirling his arms. Left and right. He's also warming up his hamstrings in the way you do it at the gym, Sachin.
Me?
So that would suggest that he is going to be on very soon. Here is Abbas. Django is walking down the track to him and just lets that go through to Rizwan.
I love it. I love the psychological advantage that Amir Django is now giving himself. He is not allowing the batter to be comfortable against him. Whether the ball is seaming or swinging and causing issues, whether he's beaten all over, it's not an issue for Amir Django. And we spoke about his career in Test match cricket so far. 3 matches, 272 runs, a high score of 233, averaging 68. Amir Django is batting like a man who has loads of experience at this format.
Abbas to Django again. Django allows that to go outside the off stump. Abbas has looked a little off color since coming back this afternoon. Earlier today, he looked spot on. He looked himself. That second spell that he bowled earlier, Hodge drove him, he pulled him, drove him a couple of times and pulled him. He was taken off the attack. He's back on, and he hasn't quite settled in just yet. Conditions have been good for the Pakistanis to exploit, but Abbas has not been quite up to it so far.
Yeah, they've started really well, the pace attack, but they're now falling away. Maybe some tiredness stepping in here. It is extremely humid.
Here's Abbas, that's way down the leg side, and Rizwan does very well to get across and bat that down with the right hand and stop it from going away for byes. Not a good bit of work here. It's not the easiest pitch for wicket keepers, I can tell you, and Rizwan would agree with me, but that was a good take and a very poor delivery by Abbas.
Again, Amir Django batting outside of his crease, trying to counter that pace, trying to counter the swing, and the moment the ball is released, he takes a marginal step forward as well, almost advancing to the faster bowler.
Here's Abbas to him again. This time, oh, that's a great delivery outside the off stump. Coming back in and beating the edge, Rizwan had to drop to his right to take it, and that has brought a very eventful over. Just a one run in it, but Abbas certainly tested Django with a couple of those deliveries. Django 21, Hodge 42. The West Indies are 100 for 2.
Amir Django has done well so far, 21 from 29, almost an ODI score, you would say. Hodge is on 42 from 79. He's been a mere bystander so far from the Amir Django innings. He's not got much strike, and some batting to come. Shea Hope, Justin Greaves, Roston Chase, all coming off great scores in ODI and Test match cricket as well, respectively. A good balance in the bowling attack as well, Vidya, later on to come, maybe tomorrow, or who knows, maybe day 3, if these two stand very strong. Jamal Warakan, the left-arm spinner, getting a match in. The pacer, Shamal Joseph, and Jaden Seals as well, who I'm sure would have relished the opportunity to bowl on this fresh pitch here as well, from what we've seen so far from the Pacers.
And as we suggested, Ali Usman, the left-arm orthodox bowler, is back on. Just a 2 overs earlier today, none for 8. Struggled a little bit to get his length and line going. Here he is now from the northern end, left arm round the wicket, and far forward to it is Hodge. Plays it out in front of him, and there's no run. Just taking a look at the field, there is a slip in place. There is a short leg, backward point. There is a point, also a cover point in place. And extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket in place also, and a short, fine leg. Here he comes down the track, and he hits that long. That's going to go safely over the head of the fielder, and it drops and stays right there.
Well,
so that should have gone away for 4. In fact, it's only 2. You see, that's why you don't hit it with a 9-iron. If you hit it with a 9-iron, it stays right there.
Well, I thought that was a shot put, actually. It just stop and drop there. And you would expect Kavim Hodge to attack this bowler. You would expect him to try to get him off his line immediately. That fielder being pushed back to about 30 yards backward again. Can Kavim Hodge continue?
Usman, this time he's getting onto the back foot, cutting it into the gap for 4. That is behind square. There's a fielder behind there. It was just meters to his right, but it had gone past him before he could react. A boundary here for Kavim Hodge, and he is on 48. The West Indies 106 for 2.
He was waiting for this moment to get his runs tally up and moving. Lovely cut shot, making room, backing away, giving himself some space to free his arms and cutting in that vacant backward point region, going down to the boundary very, very quickly. Where does Babar Azam move his fielders now? There is a sweep shot in play, I can tell you, Vidya. That vacant position in the square leg boundary, it's there.
Usman, it's a very good delivery, a good response from him here, forcing Hodge back onto his stumps, plays it out in front of him, and you could have heard Rizwan say, bowl him. It didn't happen. But Hodge defends. He is in sight of another Test 50 here. Usman standing in his way. None for 14 off his 2.4 overs. He's struggling to get things going here. And Hodge is playing this one out in front of him, the next delivery, and there is no run. It's a good situation for the batsman. You have a man who has struggled for a long time in making his way through Pakistan first-class cricket. Gets his chance here. He is nervous. Why not throw the attack his way? And again, he's cutting this one, but straight to the field there at backward point. There's no run this time. And a wild throw-in, which goes past Rizwan. And the man at forward short leg does well to catch that. Brings it over to an end. 6 runs in the over. West Indies are 106 for 2. And he is in sight of a 50, Hodge.
Yeah, Kavim Ajuel Rakim Hodge from the wonderful island of Dominica. 33 years of age, is on the verge of achieving his 4th Test match 50. And if he does so, it will not only be a confident building one, but will also add another star in his cap to ensure he remains in this Test team. Another statement made by another West Indian Test player.
Here's Abbas now from the southern end, round the wicket to the left-handed Django. This one's leaving him outside the off stump. He doesn't even essay a shot at it, and there is no run. So Abbas not quite there, as we've said throughout the afternoon. And now we've seen at the other end, the left-arm orthodox spinner back on the attack, Ali Usman, and he also has been hit away for a boundary. So problems here for Pakistan, and they can't allow this to happen. Azam has to to do something to get these batsmen get more control of the situation. Here's Abbas now turning. He's back in past the umpire. He's bowling to Django, who's walking down the track. He on drive straight to the fielder. There's no run. And what can Azam do here to stem the tide that seems to be flowing towards the West Indies?
Yeah. The spinner was brought on to try to see if something can happen. Clearly, the West Indian batters are dominating that type of bowling as well. Only time will tell if Amir Django's patience may run out, but clearly we know his patience bank is a lot. Amir Django is advancing down the track tremendously, and currently, listeners, we are seeing Mohammad Rizwan removing his baggy green, the cap of his, and now putting the helmet on, which suggests that he is seeing Amir Django working around and maneuvering around the pitch, the crease a lot, to try to counter the swing that is on display. And now Rizwan is up to the stumps. That's a good move from the Pakistan bowler.
Here he is now as Pull-Upton strikes him on the pad. There's a big appeal. Abbas is calling for it. Rizwan is calling for it. The Pakistanis have a decision to make here. Do they call for the review? 10 seconds remaining. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Azam is not sure. He's looking at is he going to review it? I don't think he's sure. And he goes for it, but was it too late? He goes up just as it was ticking down to 0. I think they're going to allow the review, and they think they have their man here, but you don't see a huge amount of celebration or certainty among the Pakistan players. Could they potentially have blown another review here?
Possibly, because the appeal from behind the stumps was not very, very convincing. The bowler was extremely convinced, as with any single bowler will be. The ball is pitched in line. It's actually a lot closer than we think. Maybe going down the leg side. The ball was swinging and seaming a lot down the leg side from the left-handed batter, Amir Django. No bat involved.
Yeah, Django played a bit too early. The bat, he was hit around the pad roll. So let's see, is this one going to go on to hit the stumps here?
I think umpire's call.
The Pakistanis are looking a lot more certain. And this one is going to hit the top of the stumps here. And Django is starting to walk. And the Pakistanis are starting to celebrate. Let's see what the decision is. Yes, Django is gone. He's LBW for 21. And the West Indies have lost their third wicket, 106 for 3. And what looked like a hopeful appeal has turned into a wicket here for Pakistan.
Yeah, that was a review that they thought long and hard about. Amir Django was countering the swing and the seam. Clearly, that move from Rizwan coming up to the stumps made a massive difference in the mental approach of Amir Django. His innings has come to an end. It was looking extremely productive. Django has gone via the route of the leg before wicket for 21 of 32 deliveries. He was looking really threatening for the West Indies. And the Pakistanis celebrate tremendously because this partnership with Amir Django and Kavim Hodge was bearing some tremendous fruit as well. And will be the back of Amir Django moving into the players' dugout, and will be the new batter coming in, Shea Hope.
Well, the West Indies captain coming to the West Indies white ball captain, I should say, coming to the crease. That's Shea Hope, and one of the outstanding batsmen in world cricket. 48 matches, 2,300 plus runs. His average certainly thought it would have been a lot better, 27.58. He's quite an accomplished white ball player. But that average, if you look at it over the last year or so since he's come back, it's a lot better than his overall average.
Yeah, he's done quite a lot of work with the red ball format. He's a dominant player in the white ball cricket, one of the best in the world, as a matter of fact. But his red ball cricket, he's been given another chance earlier this year to come back into the team. And he's done quite well so far, I would say so. He's taken the opportunity. But just looking back at that decision from the umpire, The umpire suggesting he thought the ball would have done too much to go down the leg side, but clearly the technology thought otherwise.
Well, Abbas has 2 for 27. He has claimed 2 of the 3 wickets to fall so far. 2 for 27 off 11.3 overs. West Indies 106 for 3. Hodge on 48, and Hope is facing up to his first delivery. Here's Abbas. Can he apply some more pressure here? He's into Hope, and he plays that on the onside. Abbas was about to appeal, pulled out of it, and that has gone rather airily out towards the leg side, and it's picked up by the fielder. It's a no ball. I think that's what they were appealing for. They thought that that could have been a chance at an LBW decision, but it is a no ball.
Well,
107 for 3.
The captain putting back another slip in play now, so the attacking field is now back in motion. And rightly so. It's a new batter in, facing new conditions. Of course, he would have observed it from the monitors in the player dressing room and the reviews that would have taken place. So he would also be mindful of the seaming and swinging deliveries.
Edges and taken on the bounce at third slip. That's a good bit of fielding at slip here. Nervy start for Shea Hope. The first one coming off the bat actually and spooning towards that mid-wicket position. The second one coming off the edge and not carrying to the third slip. And tell you what, Abbas, who was looking a little ordinary earlier, has now found top gear once again.
I think maybe if the slip cord video may take one step forward, it may be a better adjustment for this type of bowling. The ball is not coming through as much as expected, but if they take a step up.
Here's Abbas to Hope, and that is wonderfully hit past the bowler. This could run away for 4. Shea Hope with a wonderful off drive that is easing up just on the boundary, but gets there. Hits the ropes, and that is a boundary to start off here for Hope. And after a couple of rather ordinary shots from him, a really sublime one to hit down the ground for 4.
It's a lovely strike from Shea Hope, not in complete control, but getting enough timing on it to race away to the boundary on the southern end of the ground. Shea Hope, that's his classical drive through the covers, down, straight down the ground as well. And immediately, Babar Azam has taken out one of those slips from the 3-slip cord and has put a man into the cover region, and his one is now going into the short cover position as well. So that massive gap between cover and point is still open. The short cover is there. That's on the
Baba
adjacent
himself.
pitch. There, Baba himself is there.
Here's Abbas into Hope, and Hope is letting that one go outside the off-stump. A release ball too far outside the off-stump to interest the batsman, and that has brought the 12th over for Mohammad Abbas to an end. His figures now 2 for 32. The West Indies losing the wicket of Amir Jangu LBW for 21 during that over. West Indies won 11 for 3. Hope 4, Hodge 48. Are you superstitious? We're on the Nelson.
Let's give a hop. Where is the umpire? Please give us a hop. That good old guy, David Shepherd, of course, brought on that into the realm of cricket.
Well, it existed before, but he was one that really made...
Yeah, he made it popular,
Yeah,
right?
he made it more popular.
He was a real character, wasn't he, on the field?
There's another character behind you, and I won't say who is hopping on one leg at the moment.
He's not hopping because of superstition. He loves music, and he's dancing probably a dance hall mix at the moment.
Well,
the dance hall.
It's looking more
back
like
in the day. You know
like
something
an Irish jig, really.
Do you know something called a disco, Vidya? Back
Yes,
in the day, you had a
course.
disco.
Yes,
so back in Collins' days, you had something called a dubsco. It's a disco that played dub.
A dubsco.
A disco that played dub. It's a dubsco.
Well, I think I know a lot of music, but I don't know about this dubsco. Tell me more.
Well, in my days, we had the Dolafet. Our technical operator Johnson would surely know about that. But some treatment is happening here for, that looks like Shea Hope.
Well, I tell you what, as we just look at what's happening here with Shea Hope, as he played that drive, we did see a huge grimace. Now, initially, what I thought is he felt that he hadn't hit it properly. But it seemed that something may have popped in the shoulder itself. So he's getting the magic spray. He's going to continue. Shea Hope is not one of those slight fellows who's just going to come off with a small injury. He's going to battle on. He's on 4 of 4 deliveries. And Shea Hope is, I think he's going to be okay. He's going to continue.
Remember that test match where Amir Jangu came in against Sri Lanka, where he scored the double? it was because of a particular shoulder injury.
Right.
So I'm not sure if that shoulder injury has been agitated with that last shot.
Could have. Here's Usman now, the left-arm orthodox spinner. This one's driven away, square of the wicket. It's beaten the fielder, and that could run away for a boundary here. It's going to beat the fielder into the ropes, and that's 4 runs, and that is 50 for Hodge. It is his 4th 50, and a wonderful 50 for Hodge here, and he has kept the Pakistanis busy out there. 52 of 86 deliveries, and the West Indies are 115 for 3.
Excellent, excellent innings from Kavim Hodge. It was well played, well-paced innings as well. Started off with extreme patience from him, and then flourished into boundary scoring, square of the wicket, drives, pulls. Everything was involved in this innings. Top stuff from the man.
Usman, and Hodges long forward to it, plays a defensive shot, almost got through in the opinion of Usman, and there is no run. Now Usman has come into this Pakistan team because of his control that he exerts in innings, but so far we haven't seen any of that. The batsmen have been going after him here. And Hodges sweeping this one straight into the body of the man at forward short leg, who was able to stop that one. That's Azan Awais. Always the younger players who are put in that position.
And that's quite unfair. That's quite unfair. Why should I be in that position? You should put the smallest man on the field there.
Well, he is small
actually
to
the
me.
smallest
He
man.
actually is the smallest man. Next delivery, Hodges playing off the back foot.
Could you imagine, Vidya, Tony Gray feeling in forward short leg? That will be extremely intimidating.
Well, he'd block off the entire leg side, I can tell you. Here's his man. He's bowling now to Hodge, who's playing this one square of the wicket, and he's going to pick up 1. That's played out towards the deep cover position, so there's 1 more to him.
So in other words, Vidya, having Tony Gray in the forward short leg
Is
would
actually-
become an asset to
Yes.
your team, because it means you can probably pack the offside and just have Tony Gray stand there.
Well, it could be the only way that he is an asset to the team.
Well,
No, that was a low blow. I apologize. Here we are. Here's the next delivery from Usman, who's playing square of the wicket, and there's no run. So, at the end of the over, 38 overs gone. Hope is 4. Hodge is 53.
Vidya.
116 for 3. More comments from you, and then it's going to be Colin Croft. I'll leave you in the fire.
Colin Croft.
Colin Murray.
Colin Murray.
correction.
I wouldn't have you talking about my good friend Tony Gray in that manner. That's obsolete. Anyways, folks, enough fun having for us here before we get too carried away. 116 for 3 from the West Indian perspective. 36 overs completed, 38 overs completed rather in the day's play so far. Of course, we had that 2-hour rain interval, and it will be a continuation of Usman from the southern end of the ground. As I say, welcome back to Colin Murray.
Yep, thank you very much, Sachin. And it's, 116 for 3? And Hodge is on 53. Hope is on 4. And Abbas is the man who's already picked up 2 wickets. The wickets of Jangu and King. As we're looking at Abbas at the top of his mark, coming into Hodge, who is on 53, not out. It's looked pretty comfortable. Let's just look at the field. There are 2 slips, a gully. There's a third man, cover, mid-off, a mid-on. They've put a deep backward square leg because Hodge has been pulling at the short deliveries, and then there's a fine leg. Here's Abbas into Hodge, and this one angled into him, and he's bowled him, is he? No, there's an appeal for LBW. Tony Gray thought that had gone right through him. I'll be surprised that no, they've appealed. The umpire said not out, but I thought that was right through him. And are they going for the review? I don't think they've gone for the review. No, they haven't. Well, I tell you, I would have gone for that, Tony, because it looked so good. Let's have a look as the replay is being shown. Or that Well, give me your thoughts on that, Tony.
Well, another good delivery from Abbas. Excellent delivery that pitched on and about off stump and moved away from Kevin Hodge. I think that he was playing for the original movement of the ball across the line of the ball, missed it completely. I think they appealed for the edge rather than the LBW.
The LBW. I thought it had struck in the pad, but it missed completely and went through him. What a great delivery. That's the type of delivery that you really would expect a wicket from. Here he is into Hodge, and this time Hodge coming down the track and looking to, I think Abbas would have seen him coming down the track and sort of pushed it more into the pads, and he was trying to flick it away. It didn't make contact, came off the pad and it's gone out on the onside, and they go through far leg by. So one more to the total, 117 now for 3.
Yeah, but it's been a brilliant effort by Kevin Hodge. It's a near perfect half century that he's made. The running between the wickets, the array of shots that we've seen from him. Initially it was a bit scratchy, but he settled down nicely. And the game plan after the break was to go out there and be assertive and positive, and he has been a wonderful half century. Here's
Abbas into Hope, and this time Hope is turning a delivery down towards fine leg. But you could see Abbas thought Hope might have been a little bit late in coming down on that ball, and might have been a little bit lucky to get it down to fine leg, but he was on the front foot, got an inside edge as that ball came back at him. And I think the reason Abbas was sort of holding his hand in his head is simply because he thought had he missed, that would have been a great shout for an LBW.
Yeah, it's a brilliant delivery, kept low a bit, and Shea coming forward just got the ball struck the inside edge of the bat. So very good delivery, testing time for both batsmen.
118 for 3 as Abbas into Hodge, and this time he's turning this one down to a deep backward square, and he was playing it more towards forward square leg, and immediately they set off for a single, but you could see them thinking of 2, but in the end good sense prevailed, and they only had 1 run out of it. So one more to Hodge. He goes up to 55 now, total on to 119 for 3.
Well, when you look at Abbas, he's excellent at using his wrist nicely. In the same way how the late Bernard Julian, the former West Indies all-rounder, would have used his wrist. Subtle variation, but very deceptive.
Here's Abbas into Hope, and Hope turns a delivery down to fine leg. They've hustled for 1. They're thinking of the second, but it's certainly not on, as Shazad was doing the fielding, running around to his right, and the batsman just eventually settled for the single. So one more to Hope. He goes to 6. 120 now for 3 at the end of the over from Abbas, and he is bowled 13 overs, 2 for 36. He's really been excellent, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been excellent, but he's the greatest threat for the West Indian batsman, in my opinion, because of the nature of the pitch. There's still some seam movement there. Obviously the Duke ball, but he's the one has been consistent. 13 overs, you mentioned, just into the 30s. So excellent effort from him. The mindset of the captain now is how long can he bowl these spells. It is known that the longer he bowls, the better he bowls. And if he's bowling this well now, and then the next 2-3 overs, he can be devastating.
Well, the question is, as you rightly say, how long can he go for? And we'll just have to wait and see. There's a change in the bowling because Ali is back into the attack. Oh, no. Yeah, it is. So Mohammad Ali is back, 7 overs, none for 16. So he's replaced the left-arm spinner as Ali into Hope, and this is outside the line of the off stump, and Hope allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, I think that Vidya Ramphal mentioned it, that Ali Usman is a very consistent left-arm orthodox bowler, but we've not seen that consistency from him. And his 4 overs, he's gone for 19 runs. So that's a one-day international type of figures. And in test matches, you want to be a lot more tighter than he has been. So he's gotten 1 or 2 deliveries to turn, but he's gone for a lot of runs in his 4 overs.
Yeah, this is Ali Usman, 4 overs, none for 19. But here's Mohammad Ali into the right-handed Hope, and this is outside the line of the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through, be taken by the keeper.
Well, two things here. You don't want to expend too much of wasted energy with balls wide of the off stump.
Especially to the new batsman.
And especially that Shea Hope just came to the wicket.
Yeah.
And we know that this could be a very good partnership for the West Indies team. And Shea Hope, obviously, he's been excellent at getting centuries in recent times. So they would want to dislodge him very quickly.
Well, you're right, because he is the man for the West Indies. You have to think that that's the main culprit in terms of getting runs for West Indies. As this time he's on driving down to mid-on, and there is no run. Shea Hope, certainly, you look at Shea Hope's record at this level, and he's been absolutely brilliant. This is his 48th Test match. 2,372 runs, 147 highest score, well, 500 650s, but just an average of 27.58. Tony, and Shea Hope is a better player than an average of 27.58 after 43 tests. Here is a delivery that he's driving, but straight to cover. And there is Masood in the way, and there's no run.
When it wasn't 2017 at Headingley, he scored those centuries in each inning, and that was the first batsman to do that, and it was a fantastic effort. I thought that he went and played a lot of white ball cricket after, and he lost that rhythm of making runs in the red ball game. So you want to look at how you manage players. He's come back well, though, 3 centuries in recent times.
Well, he's settles again as he waits on Ali, who is with him now, and this is outside the off stump, and you could see him just waiting on that delivery slightly and then just opening the face, trying to get it past the man at point, but hit maybe high up on the bat and really ruled out towards the point position, no run.
Yeah, 19 centuries in one-day internationals. I don't think that he had a good series against the New Zealanders. I mean, he was bowled 3 times.
He had a good knock the first game.
The first game he made a 50, 80-something, a 50. But, you know, the second game he struggled. The third game he struggled. He bowled 3 times. So something is going on in a wrong way, a negative way with his batting that he needs to put right.
Well, he settles as Ali is with him, and this time he's driving. But again, he's not finding the gap. Normally, Shea Hope, one of the good things with him, when he drives, Tony, 9 out of 10 times, he finds the gap. Here, he's not, and the ball goes straight to the fielder. It's the end of the over. Ali has now completed 8 overs, none for 16. Hope is on 6. Hodge is there. He's well established on 54, and it's 120 for 3.
But it's similar to Brandon King. Shea Hope and Brandon King are similar in the way they approach the game. They like to put bat to ball through the offside. They're dominant through the offside. The drives, the cover drives, the square drives are pleasing to the eye. But the ball coming back has posed problems for both of them. And I think that when you look at Shea Hope, because I was watching him on television, his batting stance has changed a great deal. I'm not sure that he takes the initial back foot movement across to the off stump. And that's why when the ball is coming back, he doesn't access the ball properly. So these are the finer thing that you have to look at as batsman Colin Murray, something that you wouldn't know about.
This is a delivery that is angled into Hodge, but maybe pitching just on or around the leg stump. And Hodge just gently pushes it out on the onside, and they pick up a single. 121 for 3. Hodge is on to 55 now. Hope is on 6. You notice I ignored that comment. But go ahead.
The other thing is that if you're not moving your back foot, you don't have balance. You don't see the ball with both eyes. And sometimes you have the inclination to play the ball uppishly if it's coming back into you, if it's a fuller length. So that's why a lot of times captains will put the man in that short mid-wicket position for that faulty shot. Played uppishly because he's not moving his back foot to maintain the balance.
Well, Mohammad Rizwan has gone up to the stumps again. So it's going to be interesting as there is a leg gully now in place. As this one, Hope is pushing it out on the offside. A good delivery, maybe just angling back into him. So there are 2 slips, a gully, a point, and a mid-off. And then on the onside, there's that mid-on, squarish mid-wicket. Then there's a fine leg and a leg gully. Interesting, Tony, a leg gully in place.
Yeah, I mean, because he falls over. And if he's picking up the line with his head and not moving that back foot, he tends to fall over. And the ball could go fine into that position. So this is proactive captaincy by the Pakistan captain.
As Abbas is into him, and this time a delivery angled into the right hander and pitching just outside the line of the off stump, and Hope allowing it to go through to be taken by Rizwan.
It's amazing that the wicketkeepers now against, and you're looking at the replay there, he's had a tough time behind the stumps.
But he's been, I tell you though, he's done
He's
a good
fighter,
job.
he's a fighter.
He's done a good job.
Yeah, he's a fighter. But it's amazing now, in recent times, you've seen a lot of wicketkeepers come up to the stumps. Alex Carey in the Ashes series was excellent, brilliant on those fast, bouncy tracks.
Yeah. I wonder if anybody ever came up to the stumps with you bowling, Tony. Here's
Yes,
a
yes,
delivery
yes.
angled into Hope, and he's just pushing it out on the
Why are you
offside.
like that, Colin?
No, just it's a curiosity.
Yeah, David Williams.
He came up to the stumps.
Yeah, and
Wait,
in fact, he was up to the stumps to me and Ian Bishop in Guyana it was, and I was turning back from a mark, running in, and I stopped. I said, "What's going on here?" And there's certain things that I can't say at the point in time.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Because I was trying to get back on the West Indies team, and it doesn't look good.
No, and you were trying to get on as a fast bowler, right? Not as a spinner.
That's right.
Yeah, I could understand you. Yeah, but that's it's amazing. But you're right. A lot more wicket keepers nowadays do that. Here is a delivery that is beaten outside the line of the off stump. Hope. This may have straightened as Hope was standing up there, looking maybe. I thought he was looking to open the face and guide it down towards the offside. It see him come back at him, and it also made some height.
Right, he was playing for the ball coming back.
Yeah.
But this guy is using his wrist nicely. He's keeping the wrist behind the line of the ball, but at the last moment of release, he's tweaking it. So he's getting the ball to move through the air and off the pitch. He's an excellent bowler, and his stats are instructive.
That's right. He's on his way again to bowl to Shea Hope. This delivery again angled back into Hope, and Hope is just pushing it out on the offside, and there is no run. The end of the over from Abbas. He's now completed 14 overs, 2 for 36. Excellent bowling on his part. Hodges 55, and Hope is on 6, and it's 121 for 3.
The other thing, when he comes on to bowl, obviously he sets the tone, or he retones thing, if that's a word.
What's the word again?
he sets
retone?
Yeah, I'm going to use
that. Is that R-E-T-O-N-E?
No, he sets the tone. It's like Roach. Roach, when he starts with a new ball, he sets the tone. If you notice, the runs have dried up a bit because he is on and he's very consistent.
Well, Muhammad Ali is going to continue.
Muhammad Ali, yeah.
And every
Good
time,
boxer.
oh man, one of the greatest. And listen to me.
One of the greatest, I said, eh?
No,
Not the greatest.
Here, that's bad on my part. Here is Ali into Hodge outside the line of the off stump, and it's left alone by Hodge. I have been privileged, Tony Gray, to see Gary Sobers, Sir Gary Sobers, Muhammad Ali, and Pele, and that's my 3. You can take the rest of the field. Any 3 of those. And if you can find anybody better than 3 of them, well, that's fine.
I saw Sir Gary Sobers at the Queen's Park Oval when I was a boy.
Yeah.
I saw Pele at the Queen's Park Oval.
Did you get tear gas?
Yes, that was amazing. Yeah.
And here is Ali on his way again to bowl to Hodge. That's a good delivery. Just see him to pitch and just cut away from him, and he opened the face and pushed it out. I didn't see Muhammad Ali box live, but he came to visit Trinidad. There was a promoter, I don't know if you can recall, a promoter called H.A. Clark.
Yes.
It was a character.
Yeah.
And he brought Muhammad Ali to Trinidad, and he visited the Queen's Park Oval. And of course, I was there, and I sort of shadow boxed at a distance, just in case he might have threw a jab at me or something like that.
No, it would be criminal for him to hit somebody as feeble as you.
Feeble. Here is a delivery that Hodge is playing on the onside. Made a little bit of height coming into him, hit him somewhere on the body, and he was just, or angled into the body, and he was just turning it. There's no one at a a forward square leg, so he was turning it towards that position. There is a squarish mid-wicket who had to run in to do the fielding, but not before they could get a single. Here, Hodge on to 56, 122 for 3. Remember, T is at 3:30, so we've just got about 5 minutes. They rescheduling since the rain break. They rescheduled the T interval to 3:30, so we're just about 5 minutes away from that T interval. As Ali at the top of his mark, halfway through his 9th over, into Hope. Again, a delivery angled into him, and he turns it down to fine leg. They hustle for one. He was thinking of the second, but it went straight to Abbas, who is down at that fine leg position, and they pick up an easy single. But again, Tony, that delivery seemed to have been angled into him. And Hope was very casually, to me, just playing it off the pads down to fine leg rather than with a straight bat.
Yeah, one of the things with him is that he's watching the ball onto the bat. He's been very careful doing that. But as I said before, he's strong off the front foot and the back foot, but he's watching the ball onto the bat. So the ball swinging might not pose a problem for him.
Well, this one into Hodge, and Hodge looking to pull a delivery, but a slower delivery, and Hodge was into the shot before the ball had passed. And eventually, it just went through to the keeper to be taken low down.
Yeah, I think that's a great try by the bowler. He's really pounding that one
Made some
into the
more height,
turf,
didn't it?
because of the positioning of fielders, backwards
there's a
square
deep,
position.
It's about halfway out.
And the man at a wideish fine leg position, but he's in a little bit for the top edge. So this is good bowling. But Hodge, being there for a while, should be expecting some short deliveries.
Well, he's on 56 from 99 deliveries faced as he waits on Ali, who is with him now, and this is too wide of the off stump for him to offer a shot, and he allows it to go through to the keeper. The end of the over from Ali. He's now completed 9 overs, none for 18. It's 123 for 3. West Indies having won the toss and opted into bat. Hope is on 7, Hodge is on 56.
And the other thing with Kevin Hodge is that he seems to be able to decrease his scoring too. He seems to be situational out there, which is important as a batsman looking to get a century or looking to get a double century. You have to be able to decrease the gears or increase the gears as the game unfolds. So he's been absolutely brilliant. And it's good and pleasing to the crowd too to see somebody bat like that.
Of course, if you're now joining us here on 91.1 FM, Talk City, the West Indies having won the toss and opted into bat. They've lost Chandapol for 21, King for 12, and Jangu for 21. Here is Abbas starting a new over to Hope, and this one comes just goes out in front of him on the onside as Hope was pushing it out, and there is no run.
Yeah, excellent bowling again. Very meticulous in line and length. He's 36 years old. They say he bowls too long. I did some research on him. Yes, so over 800 first-class wickets, over 200 games being played. So he's played a lot for first-class cricket. He's not played a lot of test match cricket, but he's been not just penetrative, but very frugal.
Here's Abbas into Hope, and he's looking to drive. The ball comes off the inner part of the bat and goes out to a wideish mid-on. Tony Gray, one of your friends sent me a message. You know, you're just like you. You seem to have a lot of friends who like to intimidate me. You see, he sends this message for me. Muhammad Ali lost 5 times and cannot be the greatest.
I love that.
I told you, it's your friend. Cannot be the greatest. He may have done the most for boxing, and some may say people, not great at English. Here is Abbas into Hope outside the line of the off stump, taken by the keeper, and no run. So he says here, he may have done, and I'm reading as he wrote it, he may have done the most for boxing, and some may say people may have been the prettiest boxer out, but cannot be the greatest when you lose 5 times. Hooper was beautiful to watch. Was he a great batsman? Tell Mr. Gray I sent you this.
All right, after this delivery, I love that.
You love it?
Yeah, I love it.
He's your good friend, you see. That's why you love it. Here is Abbas into Hope, a delivery angled into him, making a little bit of height, and Hope pushes it out on the
I remember
onside. There's no
doing
run.
commentary years ago, and I mentioned Fazir Muhammad was doing commentary with me, and I said that Muhammad Ali is not the greatest boxer. He was a psychologist. He got into the minds not only of his opponents, but obviously fans. He lost 5 times. One guy, Rocky Marciano, did not lose a fight. So if he did not lose a fight in 50 fights, I think it's 49, 50 fights, how come he's not the greatest?
Right, I'm going to come back to that. Here's Abbas into Hope, and this one, Hope gets the outside edge, and it goes past second slip. It's going to run all the way down to the boundary. That's 4 runs. A delivery coming back at Hope. He came down on it quickly in defense. It peeled off a thick outside edge, went all along the ground, went past second slip, and down to the boundary. That's a... Hope he came right, a delivery coming back at him, and Hope, you give him credit though, Tony, he was behind the line, and it peeled off a thickish outer part of the bat and went down for 4. He goes on to 11, 127 for 3.
That's a skill that he's gained from wicket keeping and batting, also watching the ball closely, but that ball kept low. I think that he's getting the ball to slide on, some keeping low. So we've seen the whole array of different types of deliveries from Abbas.
Yeah. Well, that your friend who's saying that is Mr. Stone. You know Mr. Stone. Yeah, here is a delivery angled into Hope, and Hope is on the front foot in defense and pushing it out on the offside. It's the end of the over, and we're going to come back to that discussion because the tea time is coming up, Tony Gray, so we'll have to come back to it. But it's something I really want to take you up on.
But Colin, that's your neighbor, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have anything, or when he talks stupidness, don't mean I have to agree with him.
I think about a month ago he called me and he said he wanted to discuss cricket, but I said...
You discussing cricket with him?
Yeah.
Well, you're wasting your time.
I said, but Colin is your neighbor. He said, no, I want to discuss real cricket.
So it's the end of the over from Abbas. It's the end of the session to what the players are making their way off, going towards the pavilion. So we're at tea here on the first day of this encounter, the first test between the West Indies and Pakistan. It's been gripping cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Both these teams are certainly fighting hard. The bowling has been tight, the batting has been good, and you look at the scorecard quickly. Chandapur, he went court. Salman bowled Jamal for 21. Brandon King was bowl Abbas for 12. Amir Jangu went LBW Abbas for 21. Kavim Hodge, he's been excellent, not out on 56. Hope is not out on 11. It's 127 for 3. Mohammad Abbas, 15 overs, 2 for 40. Kuram Shazad, he's 10 overs, none for 20. Muhammad Ali, 9 overs, none for 18. Ali Usman, 4 overs, none for 19. And Amir Jamal, 5 overs, 1 for 29. So that's the situation here at the tea interval at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. West Indies having won the toss and opted to bat. They are 127 for 3. We're going to take a break and then we'll come back on the resumption of play here in this first test match between West Indies and Pakistan. Until then, it's back to your respective studios.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for continued coverage after tea of the first test match between the West Indies and Pakistan. And the first ball after the tea interval was bowled by Ali to Hodge, who plays it behind square, and there is no run. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Kanisha Isaac, the Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies player. And it's her first time on with us for the day. Kanisha, welcome.
Vidya, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, listeners, and it is a pleasure to be here first time on, and it's our first test match in Taruba, so that is really, really something to be happy about. It's an auspicious occasion, and I'm really happy to be alongside you, Vidya. I've heard you commentate for years, and it's very good to put a face to that voice. Man with a golden voice.
I have to apologize for the face, though, but here we are. Ali coming in now. The next delivery is defended by Hodge in front of him, and there's no run. Just to bring you up to speed with how things have gone so far, the West Indies won the toss and decided to bat first. They lost King for 12, bowled by Abbas. The score was 13 for 1. They lost Chandapal, caught by Aga of Jamal for 21, 64 for 2 at that point, and then Hodge. And then Django was the third to go. He was out for 21, LBW Abbas 106 for 3. Since then, these two, Hodge and Hope, have carried the score to 127 for 3, Hope on 11 and Hodge on 56. It is Hodge who has easily been the best of the West Indies batters so far. The right-hander from Dominica is facing up to Ali. Here's Ali into him. And that was moving away from him slightly. He covered the movement well and played it out behind square. As for the Pakistanis, they've used 5 of their bowlers so far. Abbas, Azad, Ali, Usman and Jamal have all bowled today. The only of their bowlers available that they haven't used is Salman Ali Agha, the off-spinner, who hasn't bowled at all today. And in terms of the West Indies response so far, 127 for 3, fair effort?
Certainly a fair effort. It's been an even keel game. I mean, it started really circumspect this morning. You saw the likes of Brandon King and Tejnarine Chandapal not batting with any alacrity, but here you see a turnaround between Hodge and Hope.
Ali to Hodge, turning on the onside, picks up one behind square. The fielder is across it quickly. That is Mohammad, I believe, that's Mohammad Ali, and he picks it up. Ali Usman, correction, and there is just the 1 run to the total. 128 for 3, 31 degrees Celsius here in Trinidad. We had a long interruption for rain earlier today. We lost 2 hours, or just the better part of 2 hours to rain. But it has, the game is starting to blossom here. Hope is having a little bit of a problem. He's looking around. Now he settles in. Hit a boundary earlier and seemed to strain his shoulder. Reawakened an injury that he had earlier in the season. Looks to be okay now. He's facing up to Ali. Oh, that one, he played at it, pulled the bat away at the same time, and it's squeezed under the bat and taken by Rizwan. That's an interesting bit of play there from Hope.
Oh, certainly. I'll tell you what, Vidya. The Taruba surface is really showing, like a touch of uneven bounce as we see the players return from tee. While it's still a bit hard and the surface kind of relatively true, as the conditions continue to wind down into the afternoon, it's going to lose a bit of that morning sea movement. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hope and Hodge navigates this period, because this is an important passage of play. It sets the tone for what total they will close the innings on.
Hope, certainly one of the better batsmen, best batsmen in the world. World-class talent he is at white ball cricket, an emerging force within Test cricket. And he has not looked entirely up to his best here. 11 of 26. He's facing up to Ali, who's past the umpire, pulling over the wicket. Outside the off stump, Hope just shoulders arms and allows it to go through to Rizwan. That's the end of the first over after tea. The 10th for Ali, none for 19 his figures. West Indies 128 for 3, Hope 11 and Hodge 57. I know we've had the thoughts of all of our commentators on the way things have gone today, but we mentioned the historic Brian Lara Stadium getting the opportunity to host a test match for the first time. It's hosted ODI cricket, it's hosted T20 cricket, and here the first test match. It's the first test match played in South Trinidad.
That is wonderful for the fans. As we look around, you see close to 2,000 patrons coming to show their support for this auspicious occasion. And I mean, Test cricket is sort of making a revitalization as it stands with the World Test Championship and that ranking system coming into play now, Vidya.
Here's Jamal. He's bowling from the southern end. That one is pulled away. Didn't get all of it. Maybe it took the toe end of the bat and drifts out towards the backward square leg position. Just one for Hodge. And that will bring Hope back on strike. And Hodge certainly he seemed to be true to shot a bit too early. It just took the toe end and luckily didn't go to a fielder. So 1 run, 58 years.
Most certainly. Hodge is a very gritty player. He brought that level of composure at the middle, making sure that we were able to withstand that early pressure from Pakistan bowlers.
Jamal, he's into Hope this time, who allows it to go outside the off stump, just drops in front of Rizwan, who manages to collect. And certainly that variable bounce, as you mentioned, certainly showing up here today. And we mentioned the test match being played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This 15,000-seater stadium certainly has been the jewel of sport in South Trinidad. Originally, it was conceived as an idea in 2004 for the 2007 ICC Cricket World Cup. It wasn't finished in time, though. And this one he's pulling away, and Hope is getting all of that. Is he? No, he isn't. And that one has landed in the outfield, and it just bounces harmlessly away. It's not going to go for a boundary. And in the meantime, the batsmen have crossed for 3 runs. So Hope is on to 14. The West Indies 132 for 3.
And there you see Hope, laboring a bit with the shoulder, wondering what is happening. It's really been a challenge for him, but his fitness remains intact. He is one of the fittest players within the West Indies setup. And I think at this point in time, to be so young and to be so versatile in your career, white ball cricket, red ball cricket, to have that level, his fitness regimen, credit to his entire team, his management team.
He's at the non-striker's end as he watches Jamal run past the umpire, bowling to Hodge, who's trying to win this one fluently. He's not going to beat mid-off, just going to be, it's a dot ball. He stays on 58. And this wonderful stadium opened back in 2017, May 12th, to give you the exact date. Was opened with a match featuring a Brian Lara 11 against an international 11. I tell you what, it was so jam-packed. Traffic extended maybe about 25 miles or kilometers going up north to get into the stadium that day. It was a huge affair.
To see the Prince of Port of Spain, I was here. It was exceptional.
And this one is keeping low, but Hodge does well to pull that one in front of square. Will pick up a couple of runs as the fielder comes across and makes the stop. That's Kuram Shahzad out there. And just a couple more runs. Yeah, that certainly was an event. That really launched this stadium. It's hosted first-class matches, T20 matches, T20 internationals. It hosted the semi-final of the 2024 T20 World Cup. So a lot of big events, 3 CPL finals also. And so now the crowning glory, really, the 126th test venue, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We watch Jamal, who that may not be furthest in his mind right now, as he runs in now, hoping to take the wicket of Hodge. He's past the wicket, and Hodge is cutting at this one in front of square. There's a fielder coming across and stops it, and they'll only get 1. That's a good bit of work in the outfield. He cut that one off very aggressively, picked it up, and got the throw in, and that keeps it down to 1. Hodge is 61, Hope is 14, and the West Indies 135 for 3 after 45 overs.
Hodge has really been able to pick length really well. He got on his back foot quickly and punched that ball. And there you see why it is, I should say, that he's on 61 of 108. He's really anchored the innings for the West Indies after the start that we had this morning. And I'll tell you what, it's a good thing that we had that 2-hour delay. I think that the think tank for the West Indies team really honed into the team and indicated, guys, we need some turnaround. And then you saw that momentum shift when Hodge and Chandapal were at the middle. It's unfortunate Chandapal got out, but in came Amir Jangu off the back of that blistering 233 run stint. And here you see the fruits of that labor, I'll say.
Here's Mohammad Ali back into the attack. He is in now to bowl to Hodge, and that one actually Hodge is getting one that's rising on him. He just sort of took the bottom hand off and defended it well in front of him. Yeah, that one just sort of jumped on him a little bit. It hit higher up on the bat than he would have hoped for, and it didn't carry to the bowler, luckily for him, so he stays put. Yeah, so that variable bounce, I don't know how that's going to factor into the thinking of these batsmen, especially Hodge, who's been very fluent so far. There was that period where all seemed good for batting. Now we've come back out, and it seems that the surface, the character of it has changed slightly. 135 for 3. Here is Ali, and this one is taking the underside of the bat and going through to the keeper. He was trying to leave that alone and just sort of kissed the underside of the bat, and Rizwan takes it on the first bounce.
In variable bounce, the fast bowlers here will really have to rely on, that subtle reverse swing or really that short pitch trap. It's getting that ball on a good length to ensure that you trap the batsman up and that you force them to make a mistake. As it stands right now, this is a testing period because it really speaks to the total that we'll see at the end of the day. 2 to 3 quick wickets here, and it's the balance of the game changes with you.
Justin Graves is due to come in next, and he watches as Ali in now to bowl to Hodge. And Hodge is playing this one on the onside, runs down the pitch and then stops and runs back because Ali was quickly across to it. He looks like a very fit man, Ali. Tell you what, he's bowled very well. And his figures, none for 19 and 10 overs, would certainly reflect that he's been very economical. He hasn't given a lot away, and he's produced some wicket-taking, from potentially wicket-taking deliveries.
Certainly, Captain Babar Azam really knows, how to utilize his bowlers as so on at this point in time. But one of the things he's not really particularly known for is that tactical advantage, knowing when to utilize a specific bowler so that you can create something. Right now, the game just hangs in the balance.
Yeah, it's very even at the moment here. Here's Ali now, too far outside the off-stump to interest Hodge, who allows that to go through to Rizwan. And he does some calisthenics, Hodge, not the tallest man in the world, and does some warming up, the man out of Dominica. And Ali having a quick word with one of his fielders. He was laughing with Mohammad Abbas. Those two look like they have a pretty good relationship, and they're trading some advice. Babar Azam is just to the left. He's fielding at that mid-off position, so he's in a position where he can also throw in a couple of words of advice to his bowler. Ali turns at the top of his mark, and here he is. He's running past the umpire now, and the batsman's not quite ready, so he tells him to run all the way back down. Don't bowlers just love that?
Oh, and then you got to go back all the way 13, 14, 15 paces, depending on how far you're coming from, to start again. But Hodge has looked assured, I'd say. 9 crisp boundaries in his innings thus far in that half century. But, it's the afternoon session where test matches turn. Can he continue to carry on? I mean, he's gotten out of that half century period. Can he push on to get to triple figures? It's going to be the test of his mind, mental skill, and the fortitude at this point in time.
Certainly is. He taps away at the crease, and he watches as Ali runs past the umpire towards him. He delivers, and he's driving at that one. Goes square of the wicket, just going to get one. So he picks up another one. Very strong in that area is Hodge. He's up to 62 now. The West Indies 136 for 3. He does have the highest test score at the venue at the moment, of course. We'll see how that stands up. The highest score in total here at the venue is 204 not out by Shubman Gill back in 2019 against the West Indies A team. He was playing for India A at the time. I particularly remember that innings because Shubman Gill had just been, India did not select him for an upcoming tour, and he was very disappointed. And he came out, he took it out on the West Indies A.
He made a statement without saying a word. That
right.
is fantastic. I love that you have the analytics video. That is exceptional.
Here's Ali into Hodge. That one hurries him into the shot, and he plays it down in front of him rather uncomfortably, and that brings an end to the over. At the end of 46 overs, Hope is 14, Hodge is 62. The West Indies 136 for 3 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And other successful batsmen, just to tell you here, after Shubman Gill's 204, Tion Webster actually has the next highest score here, 178, followed by Jason Mohammed's 176. Outside of these 3 Trinidadians, other batsmen from across the region have been successful here. Fabian Allen hit 169 not out, Leon Johnson 165, and Mikhail Louis hit 158. So this particular ground has given up 4,100s in first class List A T20 internationals and T20s. As we watch the next delivery, and Jamal, his first one is shaping away from the batsman outside the off-stump and taken by Rizwan. So that's 41 centuries in, and we're not talking about club cricket or anything. This is at List A and higher. these 41 centuries in the last 9 years.
At the end of the day, the venue is named after the Prince of Port of Spain, the
Yes.
iconic
It must
Brian
give some runs,
Lara.
right?
So, of course, it has to give some runs. Anything less would be, an understatement of the century. So I think it's incredible to know that statistic and to see what comes out of the first test match.
Yes, Jamal. This one almost squaring up the batsman, and Hodge plays it square of the wicket, gets his 63rd run. West Indies 137 for 3. And Jason Mohammed has been the most successful batsman at the venue, 400s that he has produced in his career. And Joshua De Silva has 100 in first class and List A, as does Darren Bravo. Brandon King has 200s here. It's a little disappointed that he looked so scratchy earlier today, but perhaps in the second innings, if it does go to that is, he will be able to carry on.
I often wonder about a player who has that caliber and then out so early in his innings. 8.2 overs, he was out of here.
Yes, here is the next delivery from Jamal, and this is the first bye, I believe, of the innings. It just went straight along the ground, and Rizwan wasn't able to pick it up, and that one goes past him, and it is signaled by. It's a couple of runs there. 3-2, in fact, is the call. Let's see, did this one get up at all? It got up a bit, drops well in front of Rizwan. A very uncomfortable take, and he couldn't gather it with the gloves.
And he's been superb behind the stumps all day. So that just speaks to that invariable bounce I was mentioning earlier. You get to see the real example of it as it's the first bye. And let's see, as the day continues to wind down, what sort of bounce we're going to come.
Yes, Jamal. That's one's played on the onside by Hope, looking very elegant as he played that shot off the hips and picks up 1. So he is on to 15. Hodges 63. The West Indies 140 for 3. So there's been a fair amount of success with the bat here. We certainly hope that we will see the first 100 in this test match. Of course, the fans of the West Indies will be hoping it's a West Indian that does it.
Oh, certainly. The man from Dominica, he's certainly closest to that feat right about now. I mean, Hope is some ways away. You're talking about some 85-odd runs, but Hodge is looking like the man to do it if he continues as is.
Jamal, this one's cut away, and he's looking a lot closer with that shot. It's a powerful one, square the wicket, which the fielder has to really struggle to pull that one in. Kuram Shahzad, that ball was dropping just in front of him, got in front of it, put his body on the line, and made the stop. And just the 1 run to Hodge, and the West Indies, of course, move on by 1 there. That's another example that he is in prime form at the moment.
That shot deserved 4 runs. He rode the bounce very well. I mean, the little bounce that we are getting, it's really invariable, but it's a testament to his mindset. He has been around cricket for a long period of time, in and out of the West Indies setup, and here he is showing why he should be retained in the side.
Hope again playing this one elegantly on the onside, picks up 1, just trots down to the other end, and that will end off the 47th over. The West Indies are 147 for 3. Hope is 16 and Hodge is on 64 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So we talked about the batting and the fact that this venue has given up a lot of centuries. When it comes to bowling, we've seen the variable bounce. And in terms of the wicket takers here, you would expect it would be a Trinidadian playing in first-class cricket, and it is. Imran Khan actually is the leading first-class wicket-keeper, not the Imran Khan of Pakistan, or Imran Khan, that's in Trinidad and Tobago. 14 matches, he's taken 61 wickets here, an average of 22.42, and an economy rate well under 3. So that's great performance by the leg spinner, Imran Khan. And why I mention it, there's a tie-in to Brian Lara.
I see. I can't wait to hear that tie-in
tell you in
video.
a moment here as we watch Ali about to start his 12th over. 11 overs, none for 20. He's been quite good today. Here he is in. Oh, that one uncomfortable for Hope, who has to play that square of the wicket. There's no run. Imran Khan actually played 5 matches for Trinidad and Tobago. That's the Trinidadian. As a top-order batsman, it really didn't work for him. And when he was rebuilding his career, he was actually bowling to Brian Lara. And he was bowling some leg spin. And Lara himself was the one who told him that you should, pursue this. And he did. Went on to become the prime wicket taker for many years, the man who led the attack for Trinidad and Tobago.
Brian Charles Lara, the man, the myth, the legend. I mean, what can't he do?
Yeah.
Coaching, he's batting. I mean, is he into coaching now? Do you know?
Yeah, he has coached, of course, in the IPL. Was it Sunrisers Hyderabad? I might be stand corrected on that, but he has done some coaching, but he's obviously has a great eye for talent. Here is Ali, second ball of the over, bowling to Hope. And this one, Hope is trying to play on the onside. That one seemed to come off the pad, and there is no run. But outside of Imran Khan, left-arm spinners seem to do quite well here. Akil Hussain, Jomel Warrican, Kari Pay, and Virasamy Pamal have taken a lot of wickets. Plus, they've been very economical. And one thing I was a little bit disappointed, I don't know how you feel about this, but Anderson Phillip has the best strike rate at this venue, 22.48, but he was not included.
Anderson Phillip is a utility bowler. He does his job every single time he gets the ball, every single time he gets the opportunity. I mean, sometimes it's very difficult to challenge the selection panel when you have world-class bowlers within the West Indies team. You have the likes of Shamar Joseph, you have the likes of Alzari Joseph, who declined this test series, but Kimar Roach. It's intense to make the squad.
Here's Ali. This one's on the line of the leg stump, flicked away nicely by Sheho, but straight at the fielder who really had a real task to collect that one. That's Shahzad again who makes the stop, and there is no run. Yeah, and I felt that with Alzari Joseph out of the team or declining selection for this series, would have been perfect for Anderson Phillip to come in and play at this venue. He has 45 wickets at 22.48. Strike rate, that is. His average is 13.77, so it gets even better.
Oh, wow. And at Taruba, he has the ability to apply pressure, which takes wickets.
Here is Ali. And this is a short delivery that Hopes just sort of pulls out of the hook shot, and it's called a wide. It was that far away from him and too high over his head. And it's the first wide of the match here.
First wide, first bye, it's all happening in the afternoon in tests.
Yeah.
And the fans are enjoying it. I can tell you, this is very... I don't think people understand the auspicious nature of this moment. First test, to be part and parcel of that crowd here in Taruba. The 25th of July, they're going to mark it down, especially those young kids, the families who are out here.
Here is
Extraordinary.
Now. He's running past the umpire. He's bowling to Hope, and Hope pulls out of the shot again. True to the keeper, there's no run. In fact, the last time that a test was played at a venue for the first time was 1930 at the Queen's Park Oval. Of course, that's the other test venue here. That was in 1930. So if you are 98 and above, you would have been alive, and not many people in Trinidad and Tobago would have had an experience. So when you say it's unique, that just gives you an idea of how unique this situation is for people.
Thank you for putting that into perspective. In 2026, so many years later, Vidya.
Yes, 1930. I'm sure Colin can tell us what it was like when he comes on. Here is Ali, next delivery. He's outside the off-stump. It's taken by Rizwan. There's no run.
Vidya, you're not going to bait me into the debates between Colin and Tony. They have such a wonderful relationship. I cannot. They literally have me on my toes.
Yes, they certainly do. 143 for 3. West Indies, 47.5 overs. And Hope on 16, Hard 64. And I think the drone is hovering somewhere close to us now. It's been quite an addition to the television coverage we hear in radio. We've seen the drone just buzzing around in front of our window every now and again as we watch Ali, who is in now to Hope. High backlift, and this one he's driving, but can't beat the extra cover fielder, and there is no run. Shea Hope certainly doesn't look in prime form at the moment, but he can strike it big here if he stays in for a bit more. At the end of the 48 over, the West Indies 143 for 3 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
That's the point of Test cricket. Hope is going to have to push through and persevere for his team. He is batting for club, country, and self. At the end of the day, he has to stay in the middle and ensure that West Indies gets to a very competitive total. That is what Test cricket is made about. At the end of the day, Pakistan and West Indies are at the bottom of the table, and they are looking to sort of turn their fortunes around. West Indies is in a rebuilding phase, and at this point is how you cement your role and your purpose within the team. So Hope has to do what he is known to do here, Vidya.
Jamal has been expensive today. He's in for his 8th over. Here he is now, running in to bowl to Hodge, who leaves that one alone on length. That one wasn't far away from the off stump, but it was sufficiently higher than the stump to allow it to. And that just shows you how good a nick he's in. He's able to leave those balls on length alone. 143 for 3. Hodge on 64 of 117 deliveries. Hope 16 on 39. He had a quick word with Hodge. What do you think he was telling him?
Carry on.
Carry on, sir.
Carry on.
And we watch as Jamal standing on the sponsor's flag or banner as he comes in past the umpire, bowling to Hodge, who's forward to it, misbalances, but gets back in his crease, and there is no run. And as you referenced the situation for these teams, West Indies 9th on the WTC, that's the World Test Championship points table, 18 points. And remember, there was that self-inflicted slow overrate penalty in the second test against Sri Lanka that cost them 2 WTC points. West Indies are mathematically out of that final already. Pakistan, ironically, have only played 4 test matches before this one, so they're still in it, but it's unlikely that they will make it to that final. Here's Jamal. And Hope turns this on the onside. He should pick up a double here. The 2 batsmen have crossed and they amble the second. It was so well placed and well weighted, that shot, that he picks up a double easily. He moves on to 66. West Indies 145 for 3. Really, this would have been a heavyweight clash back in the 80s, West Indies, Pakistan, and now it's just a punch-up between 2 teams at the bottom of the table.
And we have to say, thank God for the World Test Championship, because it really succeeded in giving context to these test match. Previously, it was like dead rubber test matches. You would not have had anything to fight for, but now you're looking for a position on the table. However, the structure really highlights a massive gap, between cricket's top teams and the bottom teams.
Jamal to Hodge, very short delivery that bounces high over the head of the not too tall Dominican, and it's called as a short one for the over. That was very, very short. Even if he was tall as Tony, he wouldn't have been able to get up with that one.
He wouldn't have been able to get it.
Yeah, in fact, the one in the previous over was even higher above the head of the batter. Well, both teams have come into this match in a not a great state. Pakistan have lost 12 of their last 16 test matches. The West Indies have 1 victory. That was the one against Sri Lanka in 11 attempts, stretching back to 2023. Hodge is cutting this one behind square. There's a fielder out there, and he comes in. It's Shahzad once again to make the stop, and just 1 to the total. And the West Indies have not won a test at home since June 2022. So it's going on, it's over 3 years already, 4 years in fact, that the West Indies have won a match at home.
That speaks volumes to the current state of Test cricket in the West Indies. And you have to credit the fans for continuing to support operations, continuing to show up despite the invariable nature of the West Indies team. As it stands right now, they are rebuilding and looking to cement some changes. We see the likes of Justin Greaves and so forth batting really well to do so.
Jamal to Hope squeezes it behind square on the offside, picks up 1, and he will move on to 17. Hodges 67 and 147 for 3, the West Indies. And talking about the situation with the West Indies, remember it was the first win since June 2022 for the West Indies, first test win at home in 4 years. And that's one of the reasons why that win against Sri Lanka was big for the West Indies. It's been 23 years before that. The West Indies haven't beaten Sri Lanka in a series, so it was seen very much as a psychological breakthrough. Critics, of course, and cynics, I won't mention any in particular in the box, would have called it as a false dawn, but Darren Sammy framed it as a stepping stone for the team.
Yes.
How did you see it?
I see it as a stepping stone. Anytime you're rebuilding or you're in development stage, I should say, things take time. And, of course, there's a time to maturation. So we're seeing some hope Let's see if it can carry on. We need the consistency of each player to ensure that West Indies cricket rise again.
And I'm sure that part of that hope you're seeing is the man whose last name is Hope, Shea Hope, batting with that SS. The bat just a bit of perspiration inside his helmet, just lean forward, allowed it to trickle out of the helmet. Now he's ready to face up to Shahzad, who's back into the attack. 10 overs, 20 runs he's conceded. Hasn't taken a wicket. Solid delivery to start off, and Hope very much behind it, plays it down the track, and there is no run. Shahzad also has bowled well without taking a wicket. He and Ali have been good today. Abbas, who's kind of wavered in terms of his quality, has taken 2 wickets, and the other to strike is Jamal. But Jamal has been very, very, very expensive today.
Yes, certainly very expensive and not what his captain would have wanted, especially from a seasoned bowler. On top of that, I will say, when do we look at workload management? It's been 5 bowlers utilized within the day, with the fast bowlers taking majority of that brunt.
Down the leg side and brilliantly taken by Rizwan, the 34-year-old, let's get it right, dives down the leg side and takes it well. A brilliant bit of work there by Rizwan down the leg side, and in fact his second slip walks across and gives him the low 5 to indicate how good a take that was. Not a great delivery though from Shahzad. The disappointment for Pakistan has been the debutant Ali Usman, the left-arm orthodox spinner. He hasn't settled at all.
He seemed to be rattled very early on. I mean, Hodge put him off of his game. He came down the track, he used his feet, he used the depth of the crease to ensure that he scored off of every delivery.
Shahzad, and this one hurries Hope into a stroke, which he plays on the onside, straight to the fielder. There is no run. Yeah, remember that shot from Hodge, just stepping down the track, hitting him back overhead. It didn't go for 4. It dropped in the wettish area and just stayed right there.
Like a shot put, as Sachin mentioned.
As a shot put, or if you're into golf, hitting it with a 9-iron. It just stays nicely on the green.
I certainly hope I can get into golf. You seem to know quite a lot about golf, Vidya. Tell me about that.
Well, I know 1 or 2 golfers, let's put it that way.
I see. Are you a good caddy?
Not very good, no. I've been described as the worst caddy ever, but I won't say who. Here is the next delivery. That Hope is turning on the onside. May have taken the pad, actually, and they will pick up 1 here, the West Indies. So Hope is on 17, hard 67, 147 for 3. And just to remind you, that particular golfer, I was asking that golfer, how could I improve my golf swing? And their advice was, take a week off and give it up altogether.
That sounds like somebody very close to you. They rarely say it's the ones closest to you are the ones that could do the most damage.
Yes,
sounds
it
like
certainly was. 148 for 3. The West Indies test match action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Colin Murray is warming up to come in. Those vocal cords need some warming up. 49.4 overs. This one short down the leg side, and he declines to pull at that Hodge. And Rizwan again in the wars takes that one very well.
Vidya, I have to laugh. I have to laugh. He's warming up. I can't. The banter between you guys, it's very lovely. I'm happy to see that.
Well, the thing is that if Colin's warming up the vocal cords, given his small waist, it's not over. At the moment, at least. At least my shift is over.
And Colin comes in to take over from you.
He will come in a moment along with Tony Gray. Here is the final delivery of the over from Shahzad. Played out to the just in front, and it's taken by the Pakistanis. There's no run. And at the end of the over, actually, there was a no ball correction. So there's 1 more ball in the over. So we've just had the no ball and a leg by in the over so far from Shahzad. And his return over. Several of the deliveries have been down the leg side. And I think Colin's calisthenics, or vocal calisthenics, have ended. And he's looking around somewhere in the box.
Oh, Colin is such a wonderful man. I can't wait to, join the set with him. I know Tony will be furious behind me.
This one's moving away slightly from Hodge. He covers the movement well, and it's picked up by the gully fieldsman. There is no run. At the end of the 50th over of the innings, the West Indies are 149 for 3. Hodge is on 67. Hope is on 17. And after some more comments from you, Kanisha, it's going to be Colin Murray to join you.
Thank you so much, Vidya. Just to give the listeners rundown of the scores today. We have Tejan Ryan Chandapal, bowled Amir Jamal, caught Salman Aga, 21 off 77. We We have Brandon King bowled Mohammad Abbas, 12 off 29. Kaveem Hodge standing strong and firm. Not out, 67 off 121 deliveries with 9 blistering fours. Amir Jangu bowled Mohammad Abbas, 21 off 32 deliveries. And Shea Hope standing circumspect, 17 off 45 deliveries. Good evening, Colin. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I am
It's such a
fantastic.
pleasure to see you.
Now that I'm joined by you, I'm fantastic.
We now finally have a fast bowler on our commentary team. I love it. I absolutely love it. However, talking about fast bowlers, here's Jamal in his first delivery of a new spell or a new over. Is to Hope a delivery angled into him, and he's able to turn it down to a deep backward square, and they pick up a single. So 150 is now up, and Hope is on to 18, brings Hodge back into strike. He's on 67. As there are 2 slips, a gully, there's a deep point, more of a third man, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and then the 2 out in the deep on the leg side. There's a deep backward square, and the man at fine leg. As Jamal, 1 for 45 so far from 8.1 overs, is on his way to bowl to Hodge. He's with him now, and Hodge is playing this one. He goes for a quick single. He'll have to hurry, and he does. That's very well judged indeed, because he pushed it out towards Abbas, who is at that a shortish mid-on, and immediately called for the single, and very, very good run-in, because you could see Hodge immediately as he played it, he called for the single. It was risky, but he judged it to perfection, and they got their single. Hodge is on to 68, total on to 151 now, 4-3. Hello again, Mr. Gray. How are you?
Yes, good afternoon to you, Colin. I'm all right. Very good.
Glad to hear that. You look in fine fettle. Here's a delivery that coming into Hope, and he's pushing it out towards cover, and again there's no run. I have to be careful, you take offense to certain things. And I say fine fettle, I don't want you to think you're a horse. But I know they refer. But I'm being complimentary, because meaning you look good. You look well.
You expect me
well.
to repay you with the same compliment?
No, not at all.
Okay.
But
Because I'm not going to do it.
That's okay. I'm comfortable with it. I pay myself compliments.
Yeah, I
so I
noticed
don't need
that.
you to do that.
Got to be humble sometimes, Colin.
Okay, I'll try my best. Here's Jamal into Hope, and he turns this one. They're probably going to look for 2, and they are going to get it, because it was played out towards where a mid-wicket would be. Now, the man is at a deep backward square leg. He had to run, I would say, about 25 meters or so towards a mid-wicket to do the fielding, and it gave Hope enough time to complete 2 runs. Now, they're changing the field. They're moving him from that deep backward square leg, and they're putting him towards, I would say, a forward square leg, more of a forward square leg rather than a mid-wicket. And in the meantime, Hope goes to 20, total on to 153 for 3, as into Hope, and this is outside the off stump. Jamal again with another delivery. That's his 5th delivery of this over, and the score remains 153 for 3.
Yeah, sport in general would be, about momentum. I think that it's important that you try to get momentum, and in this case, momentum into the innings has been had by Kaveem Hodge. He's now on 68 of 125 deliveries, so he's batted a while. But Shea Hope has looked scratchy, and he needs to get into momentum. So the running between the wickets is going to be very important, and you're seeing the aggression between the wickets.
Here's Jamal into Hope, and that's a lovely shot. Straight back past the bowler, more on the onside of the pitch. They've gone for 2. It's not going to get into the boundary. They've turned for the 3rd, and they get it comfortably in. But that was a good shot. When you look at it now, it probably wasn't timed as well as you would have liked, because it didn't get into hit the boundary rope, but they got 3 good runs for it. So Hope on to 23, total on now to 156 for 3 at the end of the over from Jamal. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 51.
Well, he's normally a good time of the ball, and I think that he played that one with a close face bat, so he didn't get enough bat onto that one, but still was able to get 3 runs. As I said, they are aggressive between the wickets, and it's good to build momentum, especially when a batsman has been struggling in early parts of his innings, when you have somebody at the other end with the same sort of running speed. And Kevin Hodge is quick between the wickets.
Oh, he
Shea Hope
is.
is also quick between the wickets.
Well, the 3 runs have just brought up the 50th partnership between these two. Because when Django was out, LBW to Abbas, it was 106 for 3, and it's now 156 for 3. A good partnership, Tony.
Excellent partnership. And they will want to build this because they want to bat once. You win the toss, you decide to bat, you have to try to bat once. And they should be looking for at least 450 to 600 runs.
Well, here is a delivery from Shahzad as he starts a new over outside the line of the off-stump to Hope. That made some height, didn't it?
Yeah, good pace, good bounce, good carry to the wicketkeeper. But you look at Shea Hope, he's not balanced playing that shot.
He was driving
And
at
he
it.
was driving at it and moving at the same time. So
Yeah, that's right.
it's not
yeah.
good at all, but good delivery, excellent delivery from the bowler, Shahzad.
Yeah. So he's in his 12th over. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. None for 21. As Hope settles again with 2 slips, a gully, point, cover mid-off. A mid-on, wideish mid-on, a mid-wicket and a man down at the deep backward square as Shahzad is into Hope. And this time he's driving to the left of mid-off and calls quickly for the single. Hodge responds and they get home comfortably in the end.
Yeah, that's good batting. A ball that was pitched up, and that's the difference. You saw better balance there from Shea Hope because the ball was in the arc, so he didn't have to move to it. And we know that he's an excellent timer. The ball was played under his eyes. And the quick response from his partner gave him that single, that important single in the context of his personal innings.
157 for 3. Hodge, he is on 68. Hope is on 24. He's at the non-striker's end as Hodge settles again into his stance as the 2 slips and gully. They go down. Shahzad into the right-handed Hodge. And he's looking for the single, but it's not on. Could see him just in defense, just was pushing that ball out on the onside. Masood was coming in from a cover. He's at a shortish cover. The mid-off is a little bit deeper, obviously, for that drive. And Masood came in and did the fielding, and there was no run.
Yeah, I think that what has happened to Kevin Hodge in this particular innings, he has changed and consistently so the different lengths of the bowlers because of his quickness of the front foot and then having the ability to adjust and bat deep into the crease. And that's why he's been able to manipulate the ball around.
Well, he settles and waits for Shahzad, and this time he's flicking at the delivery pitch, just maybe outside the line of the leg stump, and didn't get bat onto it. Let's wait and see if he did. Wait on the umpire. And it seemed that he did get some bat. Nope. Well,
Yes,
it's a no ball, but he did get some bat onto that. No, it's a leg by. So he's now signaling. He signaled a no ball first, and now he's signaling a leg by. So 1 for the no ball and 1 for the leg by. Total goes up to 159 now. 4-3, the West Indies. Again, having won the toss early this morning. We had 1 interruption for rain, but outside of that, it's been a pretty good day, Tony, as Shahzad is into Hodge. And into Hope, my apologies. And this is outside the line of the off stump, and Hope is leaving it and letting go through to the wicket keeper. The way it was so overcast earlier today, Tony, this morning, that I thought we'd have had a torrid day with the rain. But it settled down nicely after that initial shower. And we've really had a lovely day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, excellent conditions for cricket. It's not too hot, not too humid out there. And there's a slight breeze coming from the east. So it's a cooling effect for the players out in the middle, especially the fielders.
Well, here is Shahzad into Hope, and he's pushing this one out towards Masood at cover. Just a gentle push, no sort of trying to look for runs, and it's no runs because Masood was coming in quickly, and the score remains 159 for 3. Hope remains on 24.
Yeah, look at the Pakistan captain. Is he assertive enough? Is he trying different things? He's got to be creative here because he doesn't want this partnership to develop further, and because 2 of they're informed batsmen. He scored a 90-something. Kevin Hatch, he's now on 68, and Shea Hope is going to develop his innings. So he's got to be careful here. Baba Azam with his captaincy, because this could be a poignant, very important part of the game.
Well, the final delivery into Hope, and he's on driving, but can't beat the man at the mid-on position there in Abbas, and there is no run. So the end of the over, Shazad has now completed 12 overs. He's been very economical, Tony. 12 overs, none for 23. As Ali has been, he's had 12 overs, none for 21. They've yet to pick up a wicket. And when you look at Jamal, for example, he's gone for 51 runs from his 9 overs, an economy rate of 5.67. So he hasn't been as tight as Shazad or Ali, but he picked up the important wicket of Chandapal.
But only one spinner on this team. Is it not surprising to you, Colin Murray? Because just recently, the West Indians would have played against New Zealand in a one-day series, 5 games, and we saw what happened in Guyana, and I think it was the 4th one-day in Barbados. Yeah, the 4th one-day, the ball turned a little bit, and you cannot say that the West Indian batsmen are adept against spin. So I'm a bit surprised that one spin bowler out there, and he's in his first game at this level, test match cricket.
Yeah, it is surprising indeed, and I'm just wondering, they may have felt that the conditions and with the weather as it is, here is the first delivery that is being swept by Usman towards Hodge, is being swept down to a deep backward square leg, and they will pick up a single as that ball goes down to Shazad. So one more to the total. Hodge goes to 69. It's now 160 for 3. As Usman is in his 5th over, none for 20 thus far, and it's going to be bowling to Hope.
Yeah, I think it's a good pitch to sweep on because he can trust the bounce. It's not keeping low as yet. We don't know what will happen on the 3rd or the 4th day. But you've seen Kevin Hodge employ the sweep shot to telling effect.
Well, he settles as Hope is facing up now to Usman and is playing this one out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, this is good field placing now. You got to have somebody in front of the bat just to change the mindset of the batsman. We've seen this used against Shea Hope in Test match cricket.
Here's a delivery, seemed to be the arm ball, one coming back at Hope, and he just pushed it out gently in front of him on the onside, and there's no run. Score remains on 160 for 3 as Usman into Hope, again not giving it any air, Tony. He's pushing it through, and Hope waited on that delivery and just pushed it out towards cover, no run.
Yeah, it's a pitch that you want variation, but control variation, and if you're bowling at pace, that's what the West Indian batsmen are accustomed to, pace on the ball.
Well, here is Usman again, and again a delivery just pushed through, and Hope is on the front foot. You've got a mid-off about 3/4 way back. You would have thought he may have just given it a little bit of air and tempt Hope into an uppish drive. But he hasn't done that as yet, as he comes in with his final delivery, and Hope is long forward, pushing it out in front of him, and there is no run. The end of the over from Usman, 160 for 3. Hope is 24, Hodges on 69.
Yeah, I think that 160 for 3 represents a good effort from the West Indian batsmen. Of course, Amir Django, who scored that wonderful double century against Sri Lanka in the first Test match about a month ago, would have wanted to stay at the wicket because he knows this ground, he knows these pitches out there. I remember he started his career here at first-class level for the Trinidad and Tobago team, and he kept for a long period against Jamaica, 141 overs, and then against Guyana, 153 overs. And I talked to the other selectors about the accumulative effect that it had on him.
Well, here's Shazad starting a new over to Hodge, and Hodge looking to turn a delivery. An appeal goes up, stifled appeal, as that ball came back at Hodge, but seemed to hit him somewhere. Well, it was obviously going down the leg side, and no real considered appeal from the players. as that ball, it also hit him very high.
Yeah, it skidded through a little bit, so he was slow on playing that one. Normally, you will find him watching the ball onto the bat with some speed in his movement and was able to play the ball through the onside. But that one skidded onto him, surprised him not just with movement, but with pace.
Here is Shahzad again on his way to bowl to Hodge, and Hodge on drives but can't beat the man at mid-on in Abbas, who moves swiftly to his left to do the fielding, and no run.
Yeah, I was talking about the accumulative effect on a wicketkeeper batsman because Django was supposed to open the inning. So I said to the other selectors, this is craziness, because he would have been accustomed to keeping to 60, 65 overs, and all of a sudden he has to keep for 141 overs and then 153 overs. So you got to put him down the order for him to recuperate properly.
Well, here is Shahzad into Hodge, and Hodge is in defense. It's been a good innings from Hodge, Tony. I like I like how he's mixed it up. When he's on the attack, he's attacked. Other than that, his defense has been good. He's concentrating well. He may very well go on, and you really hope that he goes on to get 100 and become the first player to score 100 at this venue in a test match.
Yeah, that's amazing that he would be implanted in history forever. Yeah. That's great.
So here's Shahzad on his way to bowl to the right-handed Hodge. He's with him now, and this one is flicked off the pads. It was heading down the leg side, and he flicked it. And he's only going to pick up a single because for Hodge, they've got a man out at that deep square leg, a deep backward square leg. And obviously, when he plays that hook shot to the short ball, they're trying to protect that area. But not only protect, they're hoping maybe when he does play that hook shot, he gets a top edge, and it carries all the way to the man down there. But he was able to stop that. They limited to a single. He's now come in towards that, I would say more of a squarish mid-wicket than the orthodox mid-wicket position. And for Hope, so here is Shahzad into Hope, and this time he's turning it, but straight to the man at that squarish mid-wicket, and no run. Score remains on 161 for 3. Hodges on 70. Hope is 24.
Yeah, when you put in a fielder in a specific position for a top edge, especially deep backward square or just another no ball again.
Yeah, another no ball.
Yeah, you need to analyze if the batsman is playing the shot properly. I don't think that Kevin Hodge has hit the ball in the air. He's been able to control those types of shots. So you really want to pound it into the turf a little bit more and direct it outside the line of the off stump.
Here's Shahzad into Hope outside the line of that off stump, and Hope allows it to go through. And it's been a good innings as well from Hope, Tony. He's been playing so much white ball cricket recently that you might have thought that he may get a little carried away looking to go on the attack a little more often. What I like about him is that he's playing everything on merit. Those balls to defend, he's defending it. He likes to attack, Hope. He does like to, free himself and open the face and things like that. But I think he's curbed that attacking intentions today. Here's a delivery that he turns to the right of mid-on. Runs here for him. They've gone for one. Abbas is giving chase. They've gone for two. That's all they'll be. That's a good shot, as he was on the front foot and he just worked it nicely. He knew exactly where he wanted to place it and hit it to the right of mid-on, and they pick up 2 runs. He goes to 26. Hodges 70. At the end of the over from Shahzad, it's 164 for 3.
That's an issue that needs to be discussed a little bit more. The transitions and the ability to change from format to format. I was on a program recently. Andrew Mason and guest, I must mention my good friend.
Oh, your good friend, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, Andrew Mason and guest.
Yeah.
And
you're hoping he put you back on the program again.
Yeah,
your good friend.
Yeah, Jason Holder was on. And somebody asked him the question about, making that transition and then making the adjustments from format to format. And he said, well, I'm at the stage of my career now. He's into his 30s. Where I can have that experience to make the adjustment, but the younger player might not be able to make those adjustments. I think it was a valid point.
Here is Usman starting a new over, the left-arm orthodox spinner into Hodge, and Hodge backing away and cutting, but can't beat the man at a backward point position. There's no run.
And you look at Shea Hope, he's been able to make the
yeah, for
adjustments
sure.
in recent times, especially with those 3 additional centuries when he came back into Test match cricket.
Well, we could discuss that, because here is a delivery that Hodge is long forward to and pushing it out towards cover. There's no run. Don't forget, Hope started primarily with the red ball. And then when he started to play white ball cricket and was successful at it, here is Usman coming into Hope. And to Hodge, and he's playing it out towards cover, and there's no run. There's a lot of critics saying, oh, he can't make it at the white ball game because he's too defensive in red ball cricket, and his technique is too correct for white ball cricket. And I tell you what, he's been really good at the white, especially at the T20 level. Here he is, faces up to Usman. Hodge faces up to Usman as Hope is at the non-striker's end. And again, he pushes it out towards a forward short leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, the Roston Chase changes that we've seen from red ball cricket to white ball cricket, so it's reversed.
Well, here is Usman into Hodge, and he's long forward. I would like to see a little bit more variation, Tony, from Usman. I just find he's sort of one-dimensional and running in and putting the ball. And the good thing is the West Indies players are not taking chances against him. And I think when that happens, you need to vary it a little bit. And then again, he's pushing it through at the final delivery, and Hodge is just on the front foot pushing it out in front of him. The end of the over from Usman. He's now bowled 6 overs, none for 20. Hodge is 70, Hope is 26, 164 for 3.
And I think that he bowled one delivery before the rain break. Remember that?
Yes, that's right.
And with a new ball,
yeah.
primarily a new ball, and the ball spun.
Yeah.
So you expect the ball to spin a little bit more now because the pitch is drier, the sun has been out, and the ball is older.
Yeah, but he's sort of pushing it through, isn't he? He's not just giving it a little bit of air. What I would love to see for him is a little bit more variation, which we are not seeing at the moment. But it's going to be Shazad is going to continue. And he's bowling to Hope, and this time Hope is playing it out towards the mid-wicket position, and there's no run.
And there's signs that he has become despondent because he would have been able to drive those deliveries through the onside with a little bit more fluency, but he's frustrated there. But the important thing is that he's still at the wicket, and he's fighting it. Not every time you're going to look fluent. Not every time you're going to get the ball in the areas for you to hit. You got to be scratchy sometimes. You got to be looking ugly sometimes, and try to fight things through. Things will get easier.
Well, he settles again. Hope is on 26. As this delivery, he's driving, but again, can't beat the field because it goes straight to mid-off. And the thing with Hope, Tony, we have seen him play those type of shots and find the gap. But today, he's not, he seems to be finding the respective fielders.
Yeah, it's been slightly lazy in his approach to batting. I'm not sure. Remember, the physio came out.
Yeah.
And maybe he's been affected by that shoulder injury. Remember, he didn't play the first test match against Sri Lanka.
That's right, yeah.
And Amir Django got the opportunity. He made a double century.
Yeah, because the way the team was selected, it appeared that here is a delivery that he's on driving. He gets it through that vacant mid-wicket region between mid-wicket and mid-on. They're giving chase. They've gone for 2. Abbas is the man running it down, and they're going to come back for 3. So 3 good-looking runs for Hope. You could see him getting on the front foot and timed it lovely. The important thing is, we were talking about him finding the fielders. Here, he found a gap between that mid-wicket and mid-on, and he picks up 3 runs. He goes to 29, total on to 167 for 3.
Yeah, he didn't push at the ball. He was waiting on it, and just used his wrist nicely to close the face of the bat to beat the man at that mid-on position. So excellent batting, and he would have been a lot more pleased with that shot than the previous effort to play the ball in the gap.
Well, here is Hodge. He's on 70. Waits on Shazad, and this time he's turning it towards a backward square leg position, and they're going to trot through for a single because that man has to come from from the mid-wicket position, as I keep saying, a squarish mid-wicket, and they pick up a single. Hodge on to 71. It's 168 for 3. And to note, Tony, they've moved the man from that deep square leg position, deep backward square, and they've put him saving a single. Now, they're another change in the field. They're taking out a slip, and they're going to put him towards that short mid-wicket. And the man at that squarish mid-wicket, he's going back 3/4 of the way towards a deep backward square leg. So very interesting. And the man at that mid-wicket is almost in a catching position. Maybe they're going to look to attack more on Hope's pads. As this one outside, as I say that, it's outside the off stump, and he plays it out on the offside.
Well, the other thing is that if he's affected by that shoulder injury, because he's walking around, his body language, something is negative about the way Shoaib has approached it. And if he's affected, then he's not going to go at that shot.
Yeah.
He's going to try to negate his own positive instinct and not go at that shot, because clearly he's a captain in a white ball game. He knows what they're trying to do out there.
Well, he settles again as just the one slip on gully. Now, 5 men on the offside, 4 on the on. As Shahzad is into Hope, and this time on the pads, and he's working it down to that deep backward square leg position, and they get a comfortable single. So one more to the total. That's now 169 for 3. Hope is on 30. He will have strike as Shahzad's over comes to an end. He's got 14 overs now, none for 32. As we're going to have a hydration break. As
Colin
players-
Murray,
Yeah.
hydration.
Well, and
That bothers you a lot. I realize something with
know.
you, Colin.
What
When
do you
things
realize?
bothering you, you repeat things
Oh,
all
I do.
on.
Yes,
like,
I do.
like for
I
example,
repeat things a lot.
Yeah,
And
like
that's why I keep saying Tony Gray, Tony Gray, Tony Gray when things bother me. Anyway, you were making a point. I apologize.
you see what I mean?
I apologize. I
No.
apologize. I apologize. I
No,
apologize.
but I realize that, for example, a law about going to the third umpire and that sort of thing. It bothers you when the stump. What's going
bothers
on?
me? What bothers me is when the ball is clearly going to hit the stumps,
Right.
whether it's the bails, the outside of the stump, or whatever. It's clearly stating from when you look at the technology that the ball is going to hit the stump. Okay?
It's
Whether
conclusive.
it's conclusive, whether it's the bails or whatever. And you're telling me the umpire's call is what will be the final
determining
outcome,
factor.
determining factor.
Let me use
so,
the
so
words.
yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
So the ball is hitting the stumps. The umpire says, not out. You go, you see it hitting the stumps, and they say, well, umpire's call. That same delivery, if the umpire had raised his finger, the player would have been out. So my argument to that is, once the ball is hitting the stumps, I don't care which part of the stump, okay? When you check the technology, by the way, just letting our listeners know, you're not missing any cricket because they're having the hydration break. So any part, I am saying to you, any part that is hitting the way, I don't care about the umpire. If he said not out, out. Once you check the technology and it's hitting, he should be given.
All right. So when you have an argument like that,
Yes.
you try to look at both sides of the coin.
And you tell me the other side.
No. I don't know I'm going to ask you another question.
Oh, okay.
What you feel? You're talking about people that make decisions for international cricket and cricketers. Is there any other way you could look at it? Why they've made that particular decision?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because they want to keep the umpire involved in the game. Do you understand what I
Yeah.
mean?
No, well, it's you talk like.
Do you understand what I
you
mean?
sounding like Vidya and this 9
Like
iron.
Vidya? Oh, that 9 iron, that's the only club he knows. I understand. I understand in golf. No, I don't play golf.
I know.
And I don't write. But I understand the fourth iron, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. The only iron he calls is a 9th iron. So I have to presume either he doesn't know, but he does.
And I did my
because
research.
he's got a daughter who is an
Right,
excellent
and
player.
what
so
she
he
said.
must know. She said he's the worst caddy she's ever had. but that's irrelevant, you know.
No, it's not.
Well,
A 9-iron, when you hit the ball, the golf ball is supposed to...
you did your research?
No, she spoke to me.
Okay, yeah.
She's excellent.
Right.
And it's supposed to be flat. It's supposed to travel flat.
The ball's supposed
it's
to once you
amazing.
hit it.
Yeah.
Okay, and what did you ask about the other? Well, because he
No,
doesn't call any others.
Yeah, well, you know.
So you can't ask.
I don't understand.
About the fourth or fifth.
But he only knows one iron.
He keeps
the
saying,
9-iron.
Yeah, because every time he says, "Oh, that looks like the Golden Boys. That looks like a 9-iron." And I am saying to myself, but it's only 9-iron.
Well,
I am so happy you asked this.
Because he's the worst carry. So it probably had one iron in the bag.
No, but no, listeners, please, you got to bear with us. You're not missing any cricket, and we would not certainly not go on and if you're missing cricket. The players are sort of getting back into position. Yeah, but I understand one of the caddy's responsibilities is to ensure that the bag is well packed, but you mustn't have more than 14.
14, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if he just
he
puts
probably
14 9-irons. That's what I'm wondering. 14 9-irons goes in the bag. No wonder he's fired as a caddy. Anyway, my good friend Vinya, oh my word.
Man with the golden voice.
Did you hear what he said about me? About when the Oval had the first test in 1930? Yeah. Did he say he wondered if I was there? Did he say that? I said something like that. My word. Could he think that of me?
Well, I mean, basically because of the way you look.
Oh, I see. I would have liked to have been there. George Headley played in that, the black madman, yeah. George Headley.
Average 60.
Yeah,
the
boy.
best average by a West Indian batsman. And if you notice over the years, Colin, the averages have come down.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
what disturbs me about that? You look at some of the cricketers now, and the averages. You talk Brandon King, 30. You talk Chanda Paul, 29. Then Mackenzie, well, he's just started, 16. Hodge, 28. Even Hope, 27.5. Well, Django is just a... Graves,
38?
Graves is 34.4, which is not bad. But here is, we're just restarting here as Usman bowls his first delivery towards Hope, is it? Yep, and he plays it out towards cover, and there is no run. Score remains 169 for 3. Yeah, and you look at the averages of some of the players today, Tony, it's not good. Here is the left-arm spinner, Usman, into Hope, and it's played back up along the track. I hope the 9-iron man is ready to come back in because this is our last over, Tony. He needs to warm up the iron. Here is Usman. Round the wicket, the left-arm spinner. And it's played out to the deep cover, and they pick up 1. I hope he doesn't, when his goodly daughter goes home, he doesn't chastise her and says, why you tell those guys?
No, she should chastise him.
Well, probably had bought a bad caddy. 170 for 3. As Hodge back in strike. He's on 71.
But remember, she's excellent because she's a former UTT student.
Oh, okay. Here's Usman and Hodge sweeping. Loud appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire. Hodge was looking to sweep. There is a man at the deep, well, I would say more of a fine leg rather than a deep backward square. He's very fine indeed. And he's there for that sweep shot from Hodge as he plays it time and time again. But no review. But Usman felt that there was a possibility of a decision from the umpire. Here is Usman again, and this time he's sweeping, but he hits the man at forward short leg. It rebounds off of his body and goes out to the man in the deep, and they pick up a single. So 1 more to the total. That goes up to, 171 now, and Hodge on to 72.
You know, the close call with that appeal, the previous delivery, but I think that he got some glove onto that one. But good field placing. There's an intimidatory factor here now with the man in front of the bat. And just a change of mindset of the batsman. So good going by the Pakistan captain.
Here is a delivery angled into Hope, and he's playing it back up along the track, and there is no run. And as that ball goes right back up to the bowler Usman, he's completed 7 overs, none for 22, and total 171 for 3. As I'm looking for video, I can't see him. I'm looking around. Tony, is he around?
He's back in the golf bag.
Is he?
Yeah.
14 9 irons. My word, I tell you. I must admit, Tony, I look at golf, but I'm not
You
a
look
big
at golf?
fan. Yeah, when it's on TV, I'm not a great fan of it. I've never been, you know.
It's an
I don't know why.
addictive sport. It's
Yeah.
an addictive sport. Everybody that plays golf
They love it.
love it.
Yeah, and they kind of look at you strange when they say, "Do you play golf?"
And
And you
you do-
say,
yeah,
"No."
yeah.
They look at you kind of strange, and if which part of the world are you in? But we're looking at Abbas. He's starting a new over, and well, he's come back into the attack, I should say, replacing Shazad. And the first delivery is played out towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a clear indication, Colin Murray, that things are not working well for the Pakistanis at the moment. This pace has settled along very well, and they're trying to expand the partnership here. So they've brought Abbas from this end, which is the northern end.
He hasn't
because
bowled from this end, has he?
He hasn't bowled from this end before.
Well, here he is in, and that's a good delivery. I'd say what is good about him so far, Tony, and I think I mentioned it to you. His line has been excellent. I mean, he's given away 40 runs, and is in his 16th over. But importantly, he's picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, if they can keep him out because he's the main threat, and then I think they can go further into the innings with this partnership. And they have to concentrate, in my opinion, a little bit more with him because he's been on spot, bowling in the right areas.
Well, he's into bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is forward. This has been really a good inning. What I like about Hodge, Tony, I know I mentioned it to you already, but I just can't help it. He looks so settled and so determined. You could see the man is looking here to get a big score.
Yeah, it's amazing that he cannot score like this consistently at regional level. There's something that is in sports science called the arousal level, not what you're thinking about, Colin Murray. But it's an internal balance that batsmen and bowlers need to strike. And he has struck the internal balance in this particular game and against the better teams in world cricket.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to strike that balance at regional level.
And you wonder why, because here's a delivery that's angled into him and he's pushing it out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. And you wonder why, Tony Gray, you know, because is he not aroused enough?
No, the thing about it is some players, they need challenge. They need additional challenge. And we talked about Mohammad Ali, and I know that you're a good neighbor, your bright
Your
neighbor.
friend.
My friend.
Right.
You know, Mohammad Ali, for example, used to go at opponents before the fight just to motivate himself more than anything else.
Here is Abbas into Hodge, and he's playing this one down to fine leg, and they go through first single. But can that work against him? Because you're also, by doing that, you're also, you know, firing up the opponent.
But they're different, you know, people react differently to different things. There are different levels of motivation. Certain things motivate people. And I think that Calvin Hodge, that's why I was not in favor of him being dropped because he didn't score runs in regional cricket. I just think that he's performed well against the better teams. A century against New Zealand, a century before that against England. He batted well in Australia, and now you've seen it here again. And even against Sri Lanka, the connective value of him staying out there was very good for the West Indies team.
Here's a good delivery from Abbas, pitched right up to Hope, and he's on the front foot. And the ball may have just come off the outer part of the bat, or maybe hit him on the pad and goes out on the offside. At the end of the over, at the end of it, it's 172 for 3. Hope is 31. Hodge is on 73. After some more comments from you, it will be the golden voice of Vidya Ramphal.
And there cannot be any degree of complacency here. Shea Hope has looked better and better as his innings has gone on. And Calvin Hodge has been playing different roles out there, obviously with the fall of the early wickets, Tej Narayan Chandapal. And Amir Django, he was there, and Brandon King, he is there to solidify the middle and also to put runs on the board. So he's played different roles. Vidya Ramphal, the man with the golden voice.
And the first delivery of the new over from Usman just fizzes past the off stump and the edge of Hodges' bat. He stays on 73. Hope is on 31, 172 for 3. He hasn't taken a wicket so far, but that was a very good delivery, just turning away from the right-hander. Here he is, the left-arm orthodox spinner, and he goes for the sweep shot, gets it behind square. There is a fielder out at fine leg, and he collects, and there is just a 1 run. West Indies move on to 173 for 3, Hope 31. And say hello and welcome back to Kadisha Isaac. Also, thanks very much to Tony and Colin for their entertainment and education during the last half an hour.
Hello, Mr. Nine-Iron, the cat's out the bag, I mean.
It certainly is. Doesn't let up here, does it? Next delivery is defended out in front of him by Hope, and there is no run. For fans who don't know about golf, the 9-iron is used as one of the short irons used to get the ball high up into the air to land safely on the green. Here's the next delivery by Usman. That's driven up actually by Hope, away from the fielder at that short cover position and down towards long off for 1. So Hope moves on to 32. Hasn't been as his level best, has he, so far? Perhaps troubled by that shoulder injury. Hodge has been good, 174, 74 for 148 he is. Usman none for 24. And after that initial spell where he struggled, he has come back very well in the last few overs. Here he is now, the left-arm orthodox spinner. To Hodge, who's playing at square of the wicket, doesn't get a run. And yeah, this is where you really have to, you get the chance to play for your country. And he is now starting to show what quality he has.
The nerves have settled, and you have to give him credit. It's an auspicious occasion.
Certainly is. That one pitching outside the leg stump, played on the leg side by Hodge, and there is no run. That will bring an end to the over. Usman's figures, 8 overs, none for 24. Hodges 74, Hope 32, and the West Indies are 174 for 3. In case you're just joining us, this is the first ever test match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. West Indies versus Pakistan. The wickets to go so far: Chanderpaul, Court Agra bowled Jamal for 21, Brandon King bowled Abbas for 12, and Amir Django LBW by Abbas for 21. Wickets falling at 13, 64, and 106. So the partnership is up to 68 now between these two. This is exactly what the West Indies needed.
Oh, certainly exactly what they needed. And just to touch on the point that Tony was making about the arousal level, I will change the word to anxiety. Oh, I will change the word to anxiety. Maybe Usman's anxiety levels, rose at the start of the day's play, and it's now leveled out.
And here's the first ball of the new over from Abbas. That's played on the onside, down to that forward square leg position. So just 1. 33 for Hope, 175 for 3, the West Indies. Yeah, very Freud would have a field day with Tony's comments.
Oh, certainly. Brought a bit of psychology about, but then again, he's at UTT. He's been lauding UTT.
Yes, he has.
For the entirety of this commentary.
Yeah. Where does he work?
I wonder. I really, really wonder.
175 for 3, Hodge 74. And facing up, the keeper is up to the stumps. Rizwan looking on. That was a delivery outside the off stump, taken well by Usman. And Abbas, just the one run off the first delivery. And seeing Rizwan up to the stumps like this, I mean, this is a tactic that we've seen more and more from modern keepers. Godfrey Evans, the great English keeper, was one of those who would have kept up to the stumps to Alec Bedser, the medium pacer, and pull out some fine stumpings. Tony himself had a situation like this in Guyana one time where the Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper came up to the stumps. This one is played back down the track to the bowler. Hodge a little bit hurried into the shot, and there's no run. And Tony wasn't happy with it at all.
Vidya, I'll tell you what. I can tell you, he may not have been happy, but I'm happy to rub shoulders with the legends. I learned so much from you guys during the course of this stint of today that I did not know previously, and I know we're not going to see another test match, a first test match, an inaugural test match, maybe in another 100 years.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful for all of the tidbits and knowledge that you're sharing to me and the viewers.
There's Abbas outside the off stump. Rizwan does well. well to stop that one. That was wide outside the off stump, takes it on the second attempt. There's no run. And, you know, just to look forward into the future, what would be the next test venue in Trinidad and Tobago? I'm wondering if we can look forward to that.
One in
And
Tobago?
I would suggest, yes, that's where I was going actually. I think the next test venue could very well be in Tobago.
Correct. And the commissioning of that international airport, I think it would speak volumes and do wonders for tourism in Tobago. And the beach, everything is just lovely, close proximity. So Tobago would be iconic 100 years from now.
Here's Abbas, and definitely playing forward to this one is Hodge. And back down the track, it's fielded at mid-off. There's no run. Maybe not 100 years, but given the ambition of the Tobago House of Assembly, I think it might be something they should think about, perhaps developing a solid cricket venues. Shore Park has been there for a very long time, but as we know, it's in need of refurbishment. It's not like this ground, which is an east-west facing ground. It's sorry, north-south, but east-west at the moment, and that will certainly have to change. So they may have to look at another venue as we watch Abbas, and he's into Hodge. And that one just jumps at him a little bit. He looks at the blade of the bat, examining the edge a little bit, and that one a bit more variable bounce here. The over has come to an end. Abbas, 2 for 42, 175 for 3, the West Indies. Hodge, 74. Hope is 33, and the cameramen certainly have enjoyed themselves throughout the day. Two of the cameramen working in the venue here. Several of the camera folk from Trinidad and Tobago have been hired within the crew, so nice to see the locals getting a look in here. And it's an all-local crew here in the radio commentary. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you are. First test match, West Indies versus Pakistan here on 91.1 FM. We're going to see Usman continue. 8 overs, none for 24. There he is in, and this one, Hope is getting behind us solidly, playing it out in front of square. There is no run. And wondering if that shoulder, I haven't seen much of a grimace from Hope after that initial shot before. And so Usman, Hope is playing it on the onside this time. There's no run. You know, you've played a lot of cricket. I mean, a shoulder injury, maybe you could explain for those who are the uninitiated how that would affect you.
Oh, certainly it affects your ability to grip the ball, especially if it's your right hand and you're a right-handed batter. It affects your ability to play through the line of the deliveries, grip your bat.
Well, so far, there was a spray on the shoulder of Shea Hope, and he seems to have shrugged it off.
We call it the magic spray.
Yeah, the magic spray.
You call for the physio, you have an injury, you call for the physio, they bring the spray out, and all of a sudden, things work. I mean, we haven't seen Shea Hope's trademark elegance that we're accustomed with. He's been circumspect throughout this innings, 34 off of 78 deliveries thus far, but we're grateful to see him still there, standing tall.
Yeah, certainly playing within himself slightly here as Hodge defends the next delivery in front of him. There's no run. He stays on 74, 176 for 3. And he's just 26 runs away from his third test 100, and significantly, what would be the first 100 ever scored here at this venue. Getting onto the back foot, he's punching this one through the cover region. There's a fielder out there, so it's just going to be 2. A nice bit of fielding out on the ropes, and that's just 2 more to Hodge. He's up to 78 now. Usman has 1 more ball remaining in the over.
And Hodge has been the engine. He anchored the recovery, and late in this afternoon's play, there you see him running very hard between the wickets to get that first run. Basic foundational cricket skills. Excellent by Hodge.
On the back foot again, this time playing it behind square. He's going to pick up another double. This time he declines. That is very good work there by Muhammad Ali, who ran away quickly towards his left and prevented the batsman from going back for the second. So 4 runs in the over. Usman none for 28. Hope 34. Hodge 77. And the West Indies 179 for 3. We're in the 62nd over about to begin here in this inaugural test match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Now, Pakistan have come into this match. Let's just talk about their bowling for a minute here. They've used 5 bowlers so far. Abbas, Shahzad, Ali and Jamal, the medium pacers, or fast medium or slow medium. And then you have Ali Usman. We haven't seen Akka at all yet, the off spinner. And I guess if the left-handers were on, he would have been in operation.
Certainly video.
As we watch Abbas. Oh, this one there, a stifled appeal from Abbas. I think there were two noises there. There may have been an edge onto the pad, but Hodge was rattled by that one. 77, he stays on. 157. And Abbas is, has a look at ooh on his face as he walks back. Well, there's no suggestion that they're going to the DRS. I think it definitely was, there was an edge there as we look at the replay.
Pitch on that ball pitched certainly on middle stump, but it was rising over the stump, so certainly I would tell you it would have been a wasted review. And credit to Baba Azam for not even entertaining Mohammad Abbas. As a bowler, you always believe that it is a wicket.
Yeah, you always do, certainly. As we watch Abbas running away from us. This one comes out the other portion of the bat to gully, and there's no run. Yeah, Baba Azam actually thought long and hard about entertaining that review when Django was struck on the pad. In fact, to my mind, his review came after it went to 0,
Nice.
which would have been interesting. I wonder if the West Indies could have reviewed the review.
Reviewed the review. And as we look at the replay, that one pitched outside the off, you know, the impact was in line, but as I indicated, it was missing the off stump entirely.
As we watch Abbas again, he's been the spearhead of the attack here. That one's coming back in, it strikes him on the pad, he's gone. Hodge is out for 77, that one was jagging back. He looks very disappointed. I'm not sure if with the decision or with his own batting, but he's been given out here. And I think he's called for a review. And Hodge, 77 off 160. West Indies, 179 for 3. Potentially 179 for 4. Let's have a look at the review here. We will look at the review and we'll tell you what we think here. The Pakistanis look like they feel they have their man.
Pitch outside off, impact in line. I'm thinking it's hitting off stump.
Well, it looks
This
a bit
one looks
high.
closer.
It looks a little bit closer. That one, he was definitely back on the stumps. But was there an edge onto this? This one seems to drift past. No, don't think there was an edge on that. There is a spike appearing on the ultra edge, but it looks like it's happening after the ball passes the bat.
Let's see that in variable bounce if the height is a factor here, but I think it is that it looks like it's height
The
maybe going
batsman,
over.
and it looks like, yeah, I think I agree that it looks like it may be too high, and it is missing the wicket. That is, the tracking shows that the ball would have hit, that would have missed the stumps altogether. So a great review there. So the West Indies, Hodge immediately reviewed it, and he will survive. Pakistan have burned a second review here.
Burned a second review, but I'll tell you, this has been an exciting spell by Mohammad Abbas. That has been 2 quick deliveries coming into Hodge, and there he is. You see him a bit rattled on 77. You wouldn't expect that from a batsman, but in Test cricket, anything.
Tell you what, he was very, very nervous. And when he saw that the decision was not out, he stuck his tongue out and he started to laugh nervously. He knew that was a reprieve for him, but he has no illusions, or at least should have no illusions about the difficulty of the task facing Mohammad Abbas, who's getting this ball to talk now. And this time he's getting forward to it. He stayed a little bit back the previous delivery. This time he's getting forward to it. And Abbas, he snuffs out the danger. The review has come up again. Certainly it did strike him on the pad. He was off the ground, actually. It struck him at the top of the pad, and he was actually off the ground when it struck him. So a good decision. And he knew that he had been saved.
Correct. He reviewed it immediately, and that's when you know for sure that you are not out. I mean, some batsmen burn reviews, but more importantly, Pakistan are now down 2 reviews and no wickets to show for those reviews.
Yeah, certainly. And 179 for 3. Hodge 77, Hope 34. Here's Abbas again. This one's outside the off stump and not taken cleanly by Rizwan, who's left wringing his fingers, and it stays. But you know, we looked at the Pakistan team as they've come in here, and one of the talking points coming into the series was Pakistan's cull. Now, Pakistan have struggled. They've lost 12 of their 16 matches, and their performance director, high performance director and selector, Akib Javid, publicly slammed the current crop of bowlers for letting up their speeds, dropping to an unacceptable 126 kilometers an hour on day 3 of a test match. Next delivery is defended by Hodge, and there's no run. That brings an eventful over and a maiden over for Abbas to an end. West Indies 179 for 3. Hodge is still there. He's on 77. Hope is on 34.
And I just wanted to correct myself. It's not a Pakistan lost review. Actually, Hodge would have actually saved himself because the initial decision was out by umpire Kettleborough.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So I just wanted to make that correction. But to your point, you mentioned speeds of 126 kilometers per hour. That's what they've been averaging all day. So you're saying on day 3 of a test
well,
match?
this was the previous crop of fast bowlers. In fact, Pakistan, in selecting the team, they dropped Shaheen Shah Afridi, who was the spearhead of the attack for many years. Hassan Ali also went, and the spinner Noman Ali, who was brilliant against the West Indies last year, he is also gone. Now, Shaheen Shah Afridi is a wonderful bowler, a great servant of Pakistan cricket. He was not selected, so for those who are wondering why, as we watch the start of the next over, Usman none for 28, played by Hope out to cover, there's no run. Since his knee injury in 2023, his average has gone up to over 40. And I think Pakistan have sort of seen him more as a white ball cricketer now and not a test cricketer. Who knows? If he can pull things back, he might be on the team again. It's Ali. Hope defends, there's no run.
As a fast bowler, those knee injuries really take the wind and knock the wind out of you. I can speak from experience. It's always something you have to come back on and managing load. So seeing Afridi now as a white ball cricketer, I think that may be where his trajectory continues because he is very potent and efficient still at white ball cricket.
Certainly. Usman, next delivery is onto Hope. Hope plays it off the back foot. There's a fielder there and there is no run. What Pakistan have done in order to keep some speed in the attack, they brought in the youngster that is Shah, as we mentioned, Ubaid Shah, the 20-year-old. He can really crank it up. 140 plus he goes.
Really crank it up, but he doesn't feature in this encounter.
Doesn't feature in this one. Hope is driving the next one. Past the bowler, there's a fielder out on the boundary. He's only going to get one. He's just trotting through for it. And when we think of the Pakistan teams of the past, we've seen the likes of Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, Wakar Yunus, and Shoaib Akhtar. I don't know if you have a favorite among those?
Shahid Afridi.
Shahid Afridi. Oh, he wasn't a
Omar
fast bowler, by
Gul.
the way. Omar Gul also, who is here right now as the bowling coach. Next delivery squeezed out on the onside. There's no run. But in fast bowlers, who would have been your favorite?
That's a good question. I really think it may be Shoaib Akhtar.
Yeah, certainly he was very exciting, wasn't he? Here's the next delivery. And Hodge is cutting at this one. There's a fielder out to the boundary, only going to get one as the shadows on the western side of the ground start to lengthen. In fact, the lighting poles, their shadows have extended all the way across the ground now. Over comes to an end. West Indies 181 for 3. Hope is on 35, Hodge on 78. And we're going to see Abbas. He will continue from this end. This is his 4th spell of the day. And one of the issues that Pakistan were talking about before coming here was that they felt that their players let slip a lot of good positions, including when the West Indies beat them in Multan. So they put the team through a month-long summer camp in the scorching heat of Lahore before they came to this tour.
Sounds like penance.
Yeah, it sounds like penance, yeah.
That is crazy. And you know what's interesting to me? I think that if I have to be critical, it would be of Baba Azam's captaincy. He's really not, he's tactically rigid. There's not a lot of innovation from him as a captain.
Oh, Abbas down the leg side, and Rizwan can't get that, and that's 4 runs. That is going to be by, so that's down the leg side, and for the first time, Abbas, that's one of the problems of having the keeper up to the stumps. Once he gets that one wrong, started on the line of the stumps, moved away, and Rizwan had absolutely no chance to pull that one in.
Very nimble and agile, but even Rizwan couldn't have gotten that.
I don't think anyone could have gotten that. He could have put him and Jeffrey Dujon. Neither of them were going to get that there. And the thing was, it pitched almost on leg stump and moved sharply away. That same delivery outside the off stump would have been an awesome one. Hodge is forward to the next delivery. This one's, he's bang on target once again, and there is no run.
Immediate course correction. You know, true and tested professional when you see they've erred in a delivery prior, and then make the correction immediately. That's the testament of a true cricketer. And, credit to Abbas, he's worked tirelessly, a humble servant today of cricket, and it's been exceptional. We see 18 extras conceded within the day's play, 185 for 3.
Here is Abbas. He's in now. Rizwan is still up to the stumps. And playing from the crease is Hodge, and he stays on 78. West Indies 185 for 3. Abbas is one of those who has survived this cull of the fast bowlers for Pakistan. Babar Azam, when he was asked to come back in as captain, said that it was all his second term. He mentioned discipline, fitness, and performance. So that's one of the question marks facing this Pakistan team. Of course, the West Indies have their own questions, but this man certainly, Abbas, has been one who has kept things going well from this end. Oh, that one struck him on the pad. Another big appeal here. What's the decision going to be? Well, the umpire is just changing over. Will the Pakistanis be... Well, they have a review still, and Babar Azam he has a lot of things to think about. Will they go for it here? He thinks about it. Yes, they're going for the review. Just before the counter goes down to 1, Babar Azam has called for a review, and Hodge, who was struck on the pad on 77, added one more run, and now Abbas thinks he has his man. Well, Abbas, for the moment, looks like he has run an ultra marathon, the way he's bent over there looking on, and everyone's eye is on the big screen. Let's take a look here.
And it would all be worth it if he scores. He
Ooh,
gets
hit
that
him on
wicket.
the back pad.
Hit him on the back pad first of all. Looks like the only thing is if it's missing leg slumps. That is the only thing, or if there was an inside edge, because I think he's got his man.
I think the Pakistanis believe they have their man. The dressing room is not so confident, though, because Hodge survived one just a few minutes ago in the last over. It's been a good spell from Abbas. They're looking quite a lot more confident here. Smiles on the faces of the Pakistanis. Let's look at, we're going to take a look at the ball tracking now. Umar Gul is having a look at it here. He seems to think that's going to be out. And taking a look at it, the ultra edge, the ball goes straight past the edge. It hits him on the back pad. He's on the ground this time. He's not jumping. And that one is going to miss the front pad. First of all, hits him on the back pad. And where is this ball? On the line of the off stump. It says missing. It's just going to go over the stumps again. Too high. Pakistan, they burnt this review and missed out again here. So that's the second review that has been struck down for Pakistan. The West Indies have made just one review, and they've been successful.
As we say in the region, Hodge is a man batting with garlic in his pocket, because this has been a period of test and uncertainty for him. He's lost concentration in the last 10 to 15 minutes of this game, and Abbas has been nagging on that middle and off stump. And there it is, you see, all of his defensive composure, all of the things that made him reach to 78 thus far, he's lost his way a little bit. I hope he takes, changes his guard, walks away, recomposes himself.
Certainly, and Hodge will take some of those under advisement here. He's on 78, facing up to Abbas, who's into him again, solidly forward to it, and there is no run. I tell you what, garlic in his pocket, you say? Hodge has thrown a coin into every wishing well on his way to the ground. He's knocked on every piece of wood on his way to this venue today.
Oh, certainly, he's done it all, and I think that it will be a true measure if he gets to triple figures to say, I have done it. I have said my prayers. I have knocked on wood. I have my garlic in my pocket. Everything I've done.
Yeah, he's done just about everything right. Well, Abbas is shaking his head as he runs back in now to bowl to Hodge. And this one, Hodge is turning one that was homing in on the leg stump, turns it behind square, and will get 2 runs. So that's 2 more runs to him, and he's up to 80 now. The West Indies 187 for 3, and Abbas is wondering, what do I have to do to get this man out today? As his 19th over ends, 2 for 44. The West Indies are 187 for 3 at the end of the over. Hodge is 80 and Hope is 35.
Abbas looks forlorn. I mean, he looks tired. They've used 5 bowlers for the day, 187. So 5 bowlers, 64 overs, of which Abbas has bowled 19. He's been a humble servant, 6 maidens, 44 runs with 2 wickets, an economy of 2.32. So he has done his job. He's been in the wickets column. He's come back and given his captain something to incite and inspire the team, because they're just looking like they're going through the motions, waiting for the day's play to end. And you have to utilize this period to capitalize and get some wickets.
This man in for the first ball of his new over, his 11th. And it's played on the onside by Shea Hope. And there's no run. Now, this is where the Shea Hope has to provide that sort of vital support to Hodge, who has been rattled over the last 3 overs or so, especially when facing up to Mohammad Abbas. Here is Usman bowling to Hope, and Hope is playing this one through the cover region. We'll just get one. There's a fielder out there in the shade. So just one more to Hope. He's on to 36. Hodge is on 80. Yeah, this is where your partner has to come in and talk to you. In fact, when he survived that appeal in the last over, he and Hope had a very good laugh about it. Pakistanis weren't laughing at all, I tell you. 188 for 3.
Batting in partnerships, always important.
Very, very important indeed. Next delivery, solidly behind it is Hodge. I'll give him some confidence. He stays on 81, 88 for 3. And I mean, any particular batter you enjoyed batting with?
Brittany Cooper, she has
Brittany
a solid
Cooper,
head.
World Cup winner, of course.
She has a solid head, I'll tell you, especially when we're playing for power gen.
188 for 3. And Hodge is playing this one in front of him. On the onside, there's no run. What it is about Brittany Cooper you like batting with?
She has the classy shots. She has the aggressive shots. She has an array of shots, I can say. And then on top of that, she runs hard between the 2 wickets. She does all of the little things right that makes the big difference.
Usman, quicker delivery, just push that one through. Hodge was reading it well, played it on the onside. There is no run. And I mean, there's no ideal partner out there, but once the 2 batters connect and have a shared purpose, that's where it goes on well. Hodge, 80, faces up to Usman, plays it out in front of him again. There is no run. This partnership started when Django was LBW to Abbas for 21. West Indies were 106 for 3. It's now 188 for 3. And that's the end of Usman's over. Just a 1 run in it. And this partnership has now gone up to 82 as we come to the end of over 65.
Certainly flourished. I have to say the Double H, Hodge, Hope, they have done extremely well to continue to test the mental fortitude of Pakistan's team. Right now, they just look like they're going through the motions. No energy behind what is they're doing, separate and apart from that lethal spell, that lethal over from Mohammad Abbas. Lethal 2 overs, I should say. It's really been, he's not had the support of his bowling partner. Ali has now come into his own, settled his nerves as the day progressed. But at the end of the day, you need that your captain inspires some sort of tactical discipline and energy. He has not done anything to throw the batters off. He has not introduced any new bowlers into the attack. It's just been 5 for the end of the day. Jamal is coming back and he has been expensive all day. 9 overs for 51 runs, 1 wicket. It's I'm critical of Baba Azam at this point.
As we watch Jamal in now to bowl to Hope, who's ducking under that one. A short delivery to start off here. He's bowling round. He's bowling right arm round the wicket, actually, to Hope. So, rather unusual tactic to the right-hander. And Hope was just ducking quickly under that one, letting it go through. Not tempted to go into that shot. Day 1 of session 3 of day 1. Jomel Warrican is padded up to come in next here. And so very much into that territory where the night watchman is being employed.
That's one tactic in Test cricket, I'll tell you, I do not particularly like. I believe that your batters, who are your most seasoned batters, should continue in the regular order, but that's just me.
This time, he's just pulling it around behind square. We'll get one down to fine leg. And Hope moves on to 37. And West Indies 189 for 3. There was a funny story coming out of a Jamaica game where it was a regional game and Lawrence Rowe was batting. I was due to come in next, and it was coming down to the end of the day. And one of the Jamaican players was asked to go in to face, to play. Now, Lawrence Rowe, as you know, had an extremely great eyesight. And the batters there, the guy who was supposed to come in is telling his captain, if Lawrence Rowe can't see it, why do you send me in front of him? What can I do?
You have made my point exactly. Why do I send a night watchman, which is a tail-ender batsman, to face the bowlers at the end of the day when they're looking for wickets?
Jamal, another short delivery to Hodge this time. Ducks under it, taken by Rizwan. Of course, Warrican might have the same argument at the moment here. But he's been a fine soldier for West Indies cricket. I don't think he's going to complain too much. He's going to go out there and do the business for his team. Yeah. West Indies have lost Chanderpaul, King and Hodge, Django, Chandapal, King and Django, Hodge and Hope have remained out there.
At the end of today's play, you notice what's happening right now. The field is set leg side. He's bowling short at Hope and Hodge with the intention to lure an injudicious shot. Let's hope that they can continue batting with a good temperament to ensure no wickets at this stage.
Here's the short delivery. Now, it's very interesting from Pakistan. You have a fine leg in place. You have a, what do you call that, a backward square leg. Now, there's also a third fielder who is at square leg. Now, that fielder has to be very, very careful because if he steps 1 foot to his right, he will be behind square and it will be a third fielder, which, of course,
Violation.
which is going to be a no ball. So
Correct.
the umpire is having a very close look at it, but he is definitely on the right side of the crease at the moment. But I tell you what, he's that close that a foot away to his right, it's going to be a no ball.
Interesting tactics here by Pakistan. He's going to short again.
Yeah, he's going to go short once again. This time he goes for the 1-2 punch, and that is a full one that is driven down, and that's going to be a couple of runs here for Hodge, who wasn't, suckered into it. Well, the throw was coming in, and Jamal was still on his knees, and that one almost struck him there.
It's 5:36 in the afternoon. Players are losing a little bit of concentration. Fatigue is setting in. Their minds are not where it's supposed to be right now. At the end of the day, it's 191 for 3. Pakistan would have expected. They probably would have had 2 to 3 more wickets. So you're tired, but you cannot allow. This is Test cricket. You cannot allow that to show at this point in time.
And of course, in case younger fans are wondering why that would be a no ball, that harkens back to that bodyline series of the 1930s between West Indies and Australia and England, not West Indies, correction, as we watch Jamal down the wicket again. Another short delivery down the leg side. Ducks under it is Hodge, and that's the end of the over. The end of the 66th over. West Indies on 191 for 3. Hope is on 37 and Hodge on 82. And just to remind you, the bodyline series, Don Bradman was in his pomp at the time, and the English team came up with a strategy of loading players behind square on the leg side and bowling short to him in order to try to get him out. Now, that series was so contentious that it almost caused a diplomatic incident between the countries, and as a result, this particular tactic of bowling short and packing fielders behind the leg side was outlawed. It's now a no ball. It's a historical fact, but just to give you an insight into
Thank you very much for that video. I like when I'm educated. I like to ensure that, knowledge is power, and thank you so much. It only helps to enhance, commentary, to enhance conversation, cricket conversation, which, we'll have a lot of throughout this 5-day test match series.
Yeah, it's been just as contentious as the commentaries at times. Session 2, West Indies scored 102 runs. So far, the West Indies have not dropped a wicket in this third session. So it's been a very good session here for the West Indies as the Pakistan team continue here. They're struggling against the West Indies at the moment. The West Indies are slowly building themselves into a much stronger position. 191 for 3, 66 overs bowled. And we're heading up towards the close of play here. Remember, we're going a little bit late today as a result of the time lost due to that rain break earlier. The rain came down at 11:14, and we came back on at 1:10. So by my estimation, maybe 65 minutes lost during that break. As the first delivery of the new over from Usman driven down to long off, and there's just one run, and Hodge will come back on strike. He's on 82. Hope moves on sedately to 38.
If you were a West Indies fan, that break, that hydration break, I should say, because the ground was saturated, we had a lot of rain during that period. It certainly changed the context of the game for the West Indies.
Yes, certainly. Here's Usman and Hodge getting back on his stumps, and he's driving that one straight down the ground. We'll pick up one more. So both batsmen starting to milk Usman here. He had started to look like he brought a bit of control back to Pakistan. And then when Mohammad Abbas, that last spell, his fourth of the day where he bowled, he really looked dangerous. But unfortunately, 2 decisions went against him. And as a result, Pakistan are staring down the barrel here. And Hope and Hodge would be very, very pleased with what they've done with this particular partnership. He has Usman into Hope now. Hope solidly forward to it, plays it out in front of him. There's no run. So they're closing up shop here. The West Indies have decided, right, we're going to pack it in, save our wickets, and come back tomorrow and hope to inflict some more punishment on this depleted Pakistan attack. There's his man, faster ball through the air, played down the track, and there's no run.
Certainly with a strong middle order of the likes of Ruston Chase, Justin Greaves to come, and then you currently have, two explosive batsmen in the middle. It sets the good platform for West Indies to continue to accelerate.
Oh, faster delivery, and Hope was actually playing that off his off stump. That was a quick one from Usman, really pushed that one through, and this will be an interesting replay. I'm looking at it. Yeah, Hope was playing that very late with an angled bat. Almost saw the end of him.
Just a few deliveries left within this over. One delivery, as a matter of fact, I should say.
Yes, Usman, and Hope is playing this off his legs into the gap. Will pick up one, and that's all there will be. The over ends 194 for 3. Hope 39, Hodges 83.
This has been an exceptional period of play. I would say it's been a tense contest. Abbas doing some damage with his lethal and deadly spell, threatening the mindset and so of Hodge. But you see such of a stabling approach happening right about now, where both players have really honed their skills and dug in for this final passage of play. We've had 316 dot balls for the day, 194 for 3 after 67 overs with 18 extras and 1-6 with that 9 iron, I guess.
316 dot balls for the day. So that's over 50 overs that were not scored off from the 67 overs for the day. And I think they're going to come off now. Yeah, the light has been off. The umpires just checking the light. And the batsmen are walking off. The Pakistanis do not want to leave. But the two batters, Hope and Hodge, they're heading off. Amir Jamal in an animated conversation with the umpires. Babar Azam there. And I think now the Pakistanis have agreed to the decision and they are coming off. So, end of the day for the Pakistanis, it's not a unanimous decision here. The Pakistanis are not, one or two of them, Amir in particular, is not happy with the decision and he has come off. So the West Indies will close at 194 for 3 at the end of play after 67 overs bowled. Hope on 39 and Hodge on 83.
This has been an interesting encounter in day one. West Indies would feel like they are on top, and they certainly are at 194 for 3 at the end of 67 overs. The day's play has been close. It's been curtailed this morning by about, we lost 2 hours of play due to rain. And West Indies really are in the ascendancy right now as we go forward to day 2. You look to build long partnerships and, exhaust Pakistani pacers. We see some of them already exhausted. Abbas, Jamal. It's been a hard day of cricket for the Pakistanis. They started extremely well, hitting hard lines and lengths, troubling the batsman. But West Indies counteracted just after that break, and I think that it's made the difference. The play has been interrupted and suspended due to bad light, and now we go forward to day 2. So I'll pass over to you, Vidya.
Well, let's just run through the day's play. West Indies in this inaugural test match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. There was a ceremony to mark the occasion. Plaques handed out to West Indies and Pakistan teams before the teams went out to play. West Indies won the toss and decided to bat first. The first to go was Brandon King, who really scratched around for 12 before he was bowled by Abbas.
He did not look like himself. King really lacked alacrity. He was all over the place. He just looked laissez-faire. And as such, he was out very early on in the innings.
Chandapal, Tejaran Chandapal was the next to go. He was caught by Agha playing one outside the off-stump court. At second slip, he went to Jamal for 21. The score was 64 for 2 other points.
Another scratchy player could not have found his footing very early on up. Danced around the crease, wasn't playing with a stable base. And it ultimately saw his demise. He settled a bit after that rain interruption with the likes of Django, but then ultimately fell.
Django was the next to go. LBW to Abbas for 21. Pakistan almost did not review that one. Django may have survived. They got it at the last moment, and then he was the third to go. It was 106 for 3 at that point.
Pretty unfortunate for Django. At the end of the day, you know, he would have been riding that high of that 233 innings, that partnership of 401 with Ruston Chase. But at the end of the day, it made it very difficult. It proved difficult, that delivery that he faced.
Well, after that, of course, well, it was a big partnership between Hodge and Hope. They have taken the score to 194 for 3 at the close, with Hope on 39 and Hodge on 83. As for the Pakistani team, their bowling figures at the moment: Mohammad Abbas, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 44. Kuram Shahzad, 14 overs, 3 maidens, none for 32. He bowled well. Muhammad Ali, 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21. Ali Usman had an ordinary start, but then tightened up at the end. 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 34. And Amir Jamal, the other successful bowler, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 54. Expensive throughout the day, and it's ended with the West Indies 194 for 3. Outlook for tomorrow?
Outlook for tomorrow, I think West Indies has to continue to bat long. They exhaust the Pakistani bowlers and set a platform for the rest of the batsmen to come. Do not lose your wickets very early in the morning. You've done the hard yards very early on up and gone through the day, batted very long throughout the day. Now it's time to put pedal to the metal and ensure that you get a score before you're out. 100 possibly for Hodge, half century for Hope, and continue to carry on. I mean, you spoke about 4100s in this pitch here, and you're talking about high-level cricket. So I think that we're on par to see that in this historic inaugural test. And I think that the players that we have right now are ones who have the caliber and the temperament to ensure that they can do same.
Well, thank you very much, Kanisha, for joining us today. Kanisha will be back with us tomorrow for day 2 of this first test match between the West Indies and Pakistan here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. West Indies closing 194 for 3. Hope is on 39 and Hodge is on 83. We hope that you'll join us for more coverage tomorrow. On behalf of Kanisha, Tony Gray, Colin Murray, and the rest of our team here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, I'm Vidya Ramphel saying bye for now.